through the night. Kyle, thank you so much.
Great.
Enjoyed it. Have a great rest of the night. That is Kyle Connie here. He is in the Lesher Motorsports machine. We'll be watching them overnight in car number 15. Let's go back into the booth and catch up with John Lindsay. John?
All right, Edwin, that was great. Thank you.
Our team's a little bit better. As we move right along, we have completed 200 laps now. We are under a full course yellow. I believe that is to change out our corner marshal crews, so that's a planned event. We have a couple teams that appear to be fueling, doing some other stuff. So we are into full course yellow. While we are there, we are now going to show you some good stuff that Will Falls collected earlier out in the paddock. So, Aldrin, take us away.
Guys went off here at turn 10 and went all the way into the barrier, so they're getting winched out. We're going to follow up on that a little later with some more on that. Guessing that car is going to go right back to their pit space. It's been an interesting day here. So many different types of tires have been used. We saw full wets, we saw intermediates, and now even completely dry tires being used as the track surface is very dry, causing a lot of issues for folks when they go off. Naturally, with a lot of rain comes a ton of mud. Thunderhill Raceway Park does an excellent job of grooming the runoff here and making it very smooth, but there's only so much you can do to mitigate mud. And when cars go off, splitters fall off of cars, get ripped off. Mud gets all in the cars. They got to get back into the paddock and work on the cars. The pace of the race has picked up. Edwin and John up in the booth have been discussing a lot about all the changes during the race in position when one car is running on full wets, but it's ideal to be running on intermediates, or somebody else running on slicks. It's changed all day. There's been some great battles in every single class, whether it's been because of driver pace, weather, tire choice, or mechanical issues. We're well into almost complete darkness here at the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill. I've got my good buddy Donnie Edwards here. Donnie, come on over. I'd like to point out one other thing. If there's any way for us to zoom in on the safety scene there, just outside of the turn 10 curb, you can see some little plastic poles, little sticks with reflectors on them. And back in the day, this is the 17th running of the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. Back before that, we used to run a 6 and a 12 hour, right? And the early days of running that, there were no track limit markers, and it was just guessing by game. What are we doing now these days? Donnie here is responsible for doing all the track markings. What's it like? What's it do? How do you do it?
Like when we started out with the 6 and the 12 hour and the unbeknowns and just getting everything going on the platform that we run on, we quickly learned as we were approaching to do a first 25 hour that we were going to need a little more protection for the drivers more than anything else, so they had a good course outline what's going on. My history and background in construction and paving and grading, we came up with a bunch of different designs and different tries and fails of reflectors and so forth, and it's always chasing that perfection and what's best for the cars and easiest to install. Yeah, because that's the problem. We have this course today is set up with 148 pound-in reflectors, so 4-pound sludge hammer. And the know-how and the know being, obviously, me being a driver and being here at this track, knowing where to place them in the best spots for all the drivers to get the best effect out of them.
Yeah, and I've already, after qualifying last night, I got a lot of feedback from drivers, and it's really like driving, connecting the dots. There's brake markers on the outside of the corner set up, there's apex markers set up on the inside of the corner, and then exit markers. And driving in darkness like this with massive light bars and the crazy LED technology and projector beam technology that exists can make it really hard to see, even with those great lights. It's really awesome to have these reflectors marking the course as we go into the darkness. So as you can see, again, it's dry, still a little windy. We know there's more weather being blown in. It's supposed to come in sometime tonight. I think I saw a fairly high percentage chance of the rain actually hitting the track. So it's going to be exciting to see that strategy continue to play on here into the darkness at the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill. We're taking a little bit of a broadcast break with limited coverage through the night. If you want to see the schedule or check in and see more of our coverage, go to www.nasa25hour.com and check it out. be seeing you guys a lot more a little bit later. We go back to the pits and follow up on some more stories. Thank you guys so much for tuning in.
Some good stuff from Will. So now we are going to go back down to the paddock and the pit area. We do have Neil Daly down there. So we are ready to go down to Neil. Neil, what you got? What are you doing out there? What's going on with those cars? Why are they going so slow?
Hey. We're live right now, just so you know. Watch us back. So we just took a quick little break for all the corner workers to get swapped out. The course goes double yellow for close to 15 or 20 minutes. While it's double yellow, you can't come in. These guys must have been really starving for fuel, and unfortunately have to sit and wait until the course goes green to start fueling their car. So hopefully they don't miss more than a lap or two. It looks like green in the next lap or two, and then the pits are about to get really busy. Everyone here anxiously waiting to fuel their car. For the next, we'll take a quick interview with the Morewood Creative team as soon as we're done looking at this neat Mazda sitting in one place. We'll go find this thing first. Okay, sorry about that. Our distance got a little bit too far away with the camera. How's it going?
Doing well. How are you?
Excellent. You guys out of gas?
Just about.
Oh, man.
I know. Tough times.
No, he was telling me to
We
pull
have a
video.
fresh SD card.
Huh?
We have a fresh SD card.
I'm just being nosy.
What's up, Nosy?
I hear you were out of gas.
Almost. We were running on fumes. So we don't want to risk
Turn the
it.
light on in here, Alex.
Huh?
Turn the light on in here. Turn the car.
The whole goal of this race is to stay out of the pits, and I'm sure they were trying to time that closely to when the break was done, and they almost did it. Looks like the team is allowed to swap out the SIM card in the camera, but they can't do much else than that. Pace car coming around the straight with the lights on still, which means we still got at least another lap under yellow. These could be the longest minutes that this team has waiting here in the pits. Other than your nice relaxing break, how's everything going?
Oh, it's fantastic. The racing is amazing. I like the mixed classes. The differential speed, you really have to keep on your toes, and it keeps you on your toes. So it's pretty awesome. It's a great experience. I recommend it for everybody.
Is this your first 25 hour?
It's my third.
Oh, great.
But it's my first with a pro team, so I think and my team's doing really good, especially considering that we're on street tires. So we're putting some good lap times down.
Wow, you guys are on street tires. And what class are you running in? Oh, we got 2. Now you guys, Slipstream, you've been up in the top 3 a couple times already.
Yes. I don't know where we are now. I'm sure we're gonna lose some spots.
Well, you guys have been killing. Good job out there, keeping it nice and clean. We'll let you continue to sit here, and we'll go check in with another team down the road. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks. Have a good one.
All right, we're going to go check in with Morewood Creative. They are running their E46 and E2. They were expected to be at the very top of the class. They have one of the most aggressive cars here. And they had some issues earlier on that put them back into last place. Let's go check up with them and see where they're at now. Hey, guys.
Hey, Neil.
How has the race been going?
Well, up until a few hours ago, it was going really well. We were trying to make a pit stop and ended up getting ping-pong between 2 cars in class.
Oh, no.
Trying to come off the track. Broke 2 tie rods and the left control arm on the front. So we came in on the hook, got it repaired as fast as we could, did a quick alignment on the thing, and sent it.
Now, I heard you guys got tapped on the right side, but also bent something on the left side without hitting anything on that side.
We hit another car with the left side. So the impact, we were trying to get into the pit lane. A car shot down the inside, blew through the turn basically, clipped our right front. That knocked the front end over into another car. So then that broke both sides of the steering.
Ping pong is a good word for that.
Yeah, exactly. We had no steering, so that's why we came in on the truck. So, yeah, it kind of sucked, but we're back out there. We're running good. Everything seems to be working fine, so we're just going to keep plugging away.
It actually just clicked. I told you earlier I got lucky coming in to the pits under yellow,
yeah.
and it was that incident.
Oh,
I was just
well, I'm glad we could help you out.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, but I'm sure you guys have an aggressive night ahead of yourselves, catching back up to the front of the pack.
Yeah, if it stays dry a little longer, that'll help out a lot. But, we're ready to run in the rain, too.
Is it, I haven't been watching the weather. I just, it's sunny, and I'm like, cool, it'll be sunny forever. Great.
Yeah.
Is it planned rain tonight?
There might be some more rain after midnight, but that I don't know.
Fun.
So.
Yeah, and it keeps changing every hour. You never know.
I know.
So you guys also, I heard, are about to do a hot pit brake swap.
We're going to do that later. At some point, we're going to give it a shot. We've got plans. We've been planning for it all year. We got some new tools, and we're going to try them out.
So I see some of the pro teams doing quick releases on their calipers and stuff like that. Is it going to be one of those, or you're pulling the pads out, slapping new ones in?
We'll probably end up doing new rotors and pads as well. We're not quite as quick change as the pros, but I think we've got a very competent crew here, and I think we're planned to do it, and we'll push on.
And that's because you're running just a more aggressive pad than some of the other teams are, maybe?
Yeah, a little bit different brake system for this car. It doesn't really go through brakes that bad, and the rain really helps save the pads and the wear and everything. But we found the past 2 years from running this race that we really can't run a full, complete race on one set of pads. So we just plan it into a tire change, and that'll carry us through until the end.
That's cool. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah,
that'll be really
I'm
interesting. Yeah, we'll keep track about what time that's going to happen, and we'll try to get a live video of that when it's going on.
Yeah, that'll be great.
And if we still have a couple more minutes under yellow, we'll go check in with your neighbors over here at Technic. That's another car in E2.
That was the one that we hit on the left side of the car.
I saw the damage on their right side.
That was from us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's nothing like bumping into your neighbor.
I know, right? Literally.
You got plenty of time to chat about it.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys.
We'll be right back.
Yep.
Hey, Pete.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm great, man. How are you?
Good.
I wanted to come interrupt your race strategy.
Yes, thank you very much for that.
Quick update on how the race is going for you guys.
So it's going pretty good. We ended up getting hit coming on the front straight, so we took some damage, but
I heard that.
We got the car in here. We looked it over. It looks like it's all cosmetic. Got the car back out there pretty quick. Our pit stops are pretty fast. We're up against some great competition, and so hopefully we can catch them. I think we're sitting P3 or 4 right now. I don't know. The slipstream guys are stuck, so we'll see if we can get in front of them.
Yeah, that's got to be the longest 10 minutes of their entire life. They're still sitting there.
Oh, yeah, I can't even imagine being that driver. It'd kill me.
Yeah. So we tried to go catch up with your spotter up on the hill, and you guys were keeping him busy bickering about something, probably about this planned little intermission here.
Yeah, and it was worth it because he nailed it. So we were able to pull in as soon as we got in. We timed it. The safety car went out. We did our stuff, and we were back out there. So worked out well for us.
Right on. Good planning. Really good planning.
Got to give it up for Justin. He nailed it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And I saw earlier when you guys had a little off-road excursion, and your car was stuck there kind of seesawing back and forth for 5 minutes, but managed to get it out.
Yeah, I think that was
turn 2.
Yeah, we had just sent him out. Tires are cold, track's wet.
You weren't the only one.
Yeah, and at one point we had lost our ABS, but it's back, so that might have factored into it. And he spun out, he was in the dirt, and he's like, guys, I'm stuck. I'm like, flip the jaws on, we're getting ready to look the car over. He's like, wait a second. Yeah, and he He worked it.
He did. He
Yeah.
was there, like back and forth, and then eventually got out.
So, yeah, we were excited to see him back on track. We didn't lose too much time. We did lose position. I think we went from P3 down to P5 at the time, but we'll make it up. It's a 25-hour race.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a long night ahead of us, and I think we'll just maybe go find another team down here. And
There's plenty of them.
Yeah, everybody's just kind of waiting right now. It's funny, you know, you think 25 hours straight with no breaks, and then I didn't realize, like, you actually do get just a quick minute of silence here without all the cars racing and having to worry about it. At least if you're not worried about your car running out of gas.
I think we get 3 crew changes or something. It's a welcome respite.
Wow. And yeah, it's just one more amazing factor of this race, how much crew it takes, and the corner workers, some of them camping in the middle of the track on their brakes.
Yeah, we really appreciate what the corner workers do for us. Without them, we can't do this. So, you know, we love them. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, let's just catch up with the next team down, and then yeah, we'll come back. Thanks, Peter. We're coming for you guys now.
How are you?
Hey, excellent. You guys are running the E46 and E1, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's awesome. And you're doing really good.
For our first time this fresh build.
I've been wanting to get an interview with you guys. I forgot about that.
That's right.
First time endurance race.
First time endurance race.
It's like going to the Super Bowl without playing NFL.
Pretty much, yeah. That's it's definitely an experience, boy. That's for sure. No doubt.
So far, so good. I mean, it looks like you just are out there clicking laps consistently, getting down.
Yeah, big 10-4 on that. We just that's our plan is just keep the car out there, keep running laps, and hopefully we'll make it all the way to 12:10 tomorrow.
Right on. I noticed too. How is the class in E1 with the competition between the rest of the guys? Because your car isn't quite optimized to some of the other cars that are in that class, right?
Well, not exactly. Like I said, it was a fresh build. It was done on a budget, and like all race cars.
New car, budget, first time endurance racing. Dude,
exactly.
You're
yeah.
killing it.
Yeah, well, you know, we're happy. We're happy, and you know, this guy right here, Mark Francis, is it? Come on here, Mark. He's the main captain, El Capitan here that helped build the car and so forth. He's the team captain. He's MF Racing.
Like I was saying, great job so far, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're really pleased with the car, and it's really doing well. But really, more importantly, I'm so grateful for the team. There's 15 or 20 people up here on our team. Everybody's volunteer. Everybody has helped us either build the car or organize this event for us. And we were a little bit of a last-minute entry because we only started building the car about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So it was quite a push.
Some of these guys built these cars years ago, and then they rebuild them just for this race. You went just with a fresh build from a street car in 3 to 4 weeks. Yep.
Yeah, well, it had already been caged, but then we had to tear it apart and go. Yeah. So we were a little last minute, so it was really nice. Everybody at NASA was so helpful getting us organized, and we had other licenses, so we all had to get new medicals, and the NASA team was really great in helping us sort through all the logistics of doing this race.
They did that for me, too. I got my race license with NASA because of the 25-hour. And I contacted the local race director within a week of the first race that I was going to do. And I said, hey, I went through this competition school. I got my medical, blah, blah, blah. It's like 3 days before the event. And he's just like, you racers. Last minute. And besides giving me a little bit of crap for it, he was super accommodating. And that's what I've seen. They have a lot of support getting, from other types of racing into NASA. So you can come do this crazy day-long race.
Yeah, they're super helpful. I mean, it's really been a great experience. And we had a bunch of guys up here that are wrenching and building the platform. And
so same car next year or different build?
Oh, ask me that Sunday at noon.
I'll come back in a couple hours.
There you go.
All right, guys.
All right.
It was super fun catching up with you.
Thank you very much.
Man, we are still under yellow. That Miata, I swear, man, they've just probably pulling all their hair out by now. Thanks, guys. All right, we'll walk down to another team here. Looks like they got to be almost done with this change. Actually, all these teams look like they're going ahead and taking a break. They're just like, all right, put the gas in the car, put the driver in the... Now's kind of the time where a lot of the guys are double stinting too, so they're just like, all right, I'll see you in 3 hours, whatever. Jason, Tell me again the car you guys are running and the team name and all that good stuff, and then how the race is going.
Low Group Racing, E36.
That crazy one, the one we interviewed in the hot pits here, where it's a 92, 93, 325i. Used to be the dude's wife's car, and now it's got to have like maybe just the chassis original, and everything else is like nar.
Yeah, pretty much. It's bone stock.
Okay.
Yeah, tube frame and tube front end and stuff. Yeah, AA arms, and it's a pretty cool car.
It's so it's been super reliable so far, right?
Yeah, so far so good. Nothing yet. Our tire strategy worked out for the rain, and so far so good. But we're only a quarter way there, so.
Yep. Yeah, you don't want to. Yeah.
No jinxing anything yet.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were saying you got your tire strategy down, so you put the dries on and only had like 3 laps where it was still wet.
3 laps where it was still, damp but no rain. And then, we've been running on dry since. So.
And where are you guys in your class right now?
We're first in class.
Well, dang.
And we're like 4th or 5th overall. So.
Nice.
Doing good.
That is good. Yeah. I heard someone bragging about them being the 2nd production car in the top 10. Okay. You must be the first.
Yeah, probably.
Production based.
Yeah.
Because everyone else has like the Trapper Keeper, crazy prototype cars.
Right. Yeah.
Which we should go catch up with as well.
Yeah. Cool. All
right. Well, we'll keep walking down the pits here. Actually, no, yellows are not in yet. Everybody's still just chilling on that racetrack. These pits are about to get real busy.
Yes, they are.
Right? It's like NASCAR. We should interview this guy. Oh, we're green again. All right, let's run down here. We got to get more of you creative. Those Mazda guys they ran super fast. First car in is the Audi R8. Flying Lizard always does really impressive pit stops. We'll catch up with them later. The Toyota 86 coming in as well. We have the Valkyrie 370Z. This is when it's super important that everybody takes up their planned amount of space, so you're not in the way of anyone else's pits. Epic teamwork for the Toyota team. I should have been timing this. Hopefully at home one of you guys has a timer. You can tell us how quick this pit stop is, because these guys almost done with 1 can. Driver almost in. These guys currently first place in class in E2, up by at least a couple laps. Fueling is done. Driver is almost done. Epically fast pit stop. Guys really have been planning this race for years. Shortcut last year, they ran a 7-hour race, put out of it by a mechanically, just a bad motor. This year, back with a same but adjusted plan. And we're off. Let's see if we can catch up with DJ while we're waiting for our next car here in the pits. Cool. How's it going?
It's going very good.
Great. I know it is. You guys are killing it.
Well, we're trying. It's still early.
I know.
This is when things didn't go well last year, right about now. So.
Oh.
We're not getting too excited. We got a long way to go.
Yeah, it's going okay. Leave me alone. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna catch up with you again. We got to run over and watch this pit stop right here. This pit stop portion of this race is one of my favorite things to watch. So much action. Oh, there's my car. Hey, guys. Still running good. That's good to see. it looks like they're leaving this driver in the car. Like I said, this time of night is when they start double stinting their guys. I love the scuba tank. I think that yeah, that's a really, really efficient way to change tires. This has got to be crazy fast going on here. Let's time this tire change. Now, nobody can touch the car except for cleaning the windshield, basic stuff like that, basically without pulling the wheels off the ground until the fueling's done. So these guys waiting patiently for that fuel can to empty, and then it's go time for wheel swap. They also, zoom in on that wheel real quick, you use glue to glue in the lug nuts so that they're already on the wheel before you put them on. And then using these bullet nose studs, it pushes the nuts into a perfect position, and then bang, 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 wheels on. Not going too fast. You can tell this team's done a lot of preparation in their planning, everybody knowing what they need to do. Whew, almost left a socket on the wheel. Nice quick pit stop. And off to chase the rest of the E2 pack. Well, we'll hang out here in the pits for a couple more minutes. That might have been the evening rush that we've had. Man, time is flying. This is just when it gets exciting here. I heard something super fun about this team. We're going to talk to these guys real quick. I heard you had a lot of fun in the car earlier.
Yeah, I had a good 2-hour stint. The team owner, Chris Carell, drove the first few laps. He took the start. He was clean. And we had
I'm going to interrupt you. Hang on. He's in the Fast Toys Club. Tell me what the car is again and about the team.
Yeah. I'm in the Fast Toys Club, teamed by Alex Prema in the Pescarolo 02. It's basically an open-top LMP3 car with an LS3 motor in the back, or in the middle. And we're in the top class, ESR. Right now we are 7th in class, I believe. Whoa. After we started there, but we've fallen back overall. After we've been behind the wall for some repairs. Although I got to drive it quite a bit early. I drove for 2 hours in the beginning of the race while it was raining. It was very tough.
Yeah, you guys had a transmission problem where it wasn't shifting. We covered that. We got it. If you go back, hopefully you can rewind the live stream. I'm not really sure, but we saw the puddles of water sitting in the car, and then they said you got in and made up a couple positions back to where you guys are, closer to where you want to be.
Yeah, I made up a few spots in that car in the wet, which is tough to do. And I got out of the car. The weather changed like that for the better. My teammate Gianfranco jumped in, and he instantly started running 20-25 seconds a lap faster than me because of the weather. And then and he drove us from 30th to about 19th overall, which is huge. And since then he handed the car over to another teammate, and he had some contact with the wall, went off track. So
was it the wall's fault?
Yeah, I don't know why the wall was there. Look at it. Look at it. It's just laughing at us.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, the car's been behind the wall for repairs, both for that and some mechanical stuff too under the hood. So it's running right now, not super well. So hopefully it should be out soon.
Oh, it's still behind the wall.
Yeah, it's still behind the wall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yep. Good to hear it's running. Hopefully get it back out there.
Yeah.
And how old are you again?
I'm 19. This is
19.
This is my second 25-hour. I ran it 2 years ago.
Right on, man. Good job. Already multiple championship winner, 25 hours. I'm really excited to watch what you guys pull.
Thank you. Yeah, we should. There won't be as much rain tonight. The car's a lot quicker in the dry, so we're hoping we'll be able to pull back a few laps.
Awesome. Really good to hear, man. Good job. Thank you. Thanks. So, I think we're just still live walking the pits. You guys just tell me when you want me to stop talking. Let's go check out the Fast Toy. Yeah, sure. That car looks cool. Camera guy wants to go look at the Fast Toys Club car. Man, that's a mouthful. Anyways, big V8. Lots of guys looking at it. Very, very interested. Whew, I'll just put this microphone on this exhaust pipe for a minute. So it looks like they're using a temp gun on each exhaust manifold. I would assume that they're trying to diagnose a misfire in that case. But if you have an engine that's misfiring, the cylinder that's your issue is coming from is going to be colder than the rest. On our team, we have kind of a fancy thermal camera that you can point right at the exhaust manifolds, and the one header that is colder than the other is the one that's having the problem. It looks like they're individually probing each one of them to see if they can determine which cylinder it is. There must be running some kind of engine management that doesn't allow them to see that. Or I'm just talking a bunch of nonsense and I'm totally wrong about everything. You can also use temp guns like that for checking your trailer wheel bearings. Before they're about to actually fail, you'll see one will get much hotter than the other. And I saw that on some Australian trucking TV show. It was pretty fun. Our camera guy has strategically positioned himself right behind the exhaust, keeping warm. It's really not that cold out here yet, but especially now we're in some dry clothes. Earlier that got a little hard. But it looks like you're stuck with that shot until he's done heating himself. Right here you'll see is going to be the future E2 winning car. That's the car that I'm honored to drive on. Looks like they did another back paddock tire change. I think they did all 4. And I'll be back in that car at about 11 o'clock. We're going to double stint it, and I'll drive it from 11 p.m. until about 2 a.m. Probably get an hour or two of sleep, and then I'll be back with you guys first thing in the morning at 6 a.m. But until then, we'll just keep talking a bunch of nonsense. Should we take a walk down there? All right. This to the right is the Audi R8's pit. Nice and quiet. They must have a lot of faith in the car and their driver. They're just like, all right, get out there, drive. We'll see you in a couple hours. One more car coming in. We'll see if we can follow these guys to their pit. Yes, we can. I don't know what kind of car this is, but it looks fast, and it's an E0. E0 is still limited to the amount of tires they can change and gas they can fill. So you can get some insanely capable cars. That's where the Audi race cars have been running this year. None of them, but you get fast cars, but you're still stuck using the rest of the gas cans that the rest of us use. You're limited to 10 gallons of gas, and I believe limited in their class to 2 tires at a time. Used to be 1 tire at a time. One year they tried 4. 4 was too many, and now we're back to 2. Now again, you can't touch the car besides checking brakes, tires, washing the windshield, which they don't need to worry about in this car. And then as soon as the fueling is done, they can go ahead and swap a tire if they want.
In about 15 minutes, I think.
Oh, cool. Well, we're live now, so we'll go ahead and start talking.
Yeah.
We're kind of just winging it, so we don't have the fancy thing on the bottom of the screen that says who you guys are, so you have to tell me.
I'm going to have to tell you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
And we'll go ahead and start now. How's it going?
It's going well. We're in the 21 white Dig Motorsports Spec Mustang in E0. Maybe not the fastest car in that class, but we're currently 3rd in our class.
These guys also E0.
They are in our class, but they had an off and ripped them earlier in the day. Unfortunate, of course, for them, but, we'll take it.
And is that there's 2 Mustangs?
That's right. So the other one is in second place, ahead of us.
Cool.
Yeah.
So they're second, you're
third.
Yeah, right on.
And, tires are a big challenge. I don't think we had the rain tires we needed. We had an intermediate. And, but now with dry and looks like a dry night, it seems like we can catch up a little bit and just, locking down, double stinting, just fuel and go, fuel go. It's going to be fun.
Oh, that's awesome.
Car, team, fuel, tire.
Hey everybody, I'm down in the pits with Chris Ballou, car owner of the Stain Motorsports E30 E3S entry. They just had a pit stop. They were leading E3S at the time of the pit stop. Chris, talk to us about how it's going.
Well, pretty good so far. I had the first stint today and got ourselves a lap lead, and just before I was about to come in, I spun and got it stuck for a little while, so I put us back 7 laps. Our next driver went out. Andy just came back in, Andy Stain, and he got us back up to first, so he did a heck of a job. So his brother's out there right now making up for my mistakes of earlier in the day.
Talk to us about the strategy that you've gone through. We've seen full wet condition, now full dry condition, and weather reports iffy about what's going to happen. How's that affect your strategy for the rest of the race through the night?
It's definitely been a challenge. We've been keeping an eye on the radar and everything, and so far we've been lucky. The timing has worked out with our tire changes and everything, so far so good. We're just keeping an eye on it and hoping the weather gods give us enough warning to make the change when we need to.
Awesome. We'll keep it on track, and best of luck to you guys running really well into the night.
Thanks, Phil. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, man. Stain Motorsports E3S running really well, doing good. Seems like they got a fast car. Just going to try and keep it together. We'll check in with you guys in just a little bit. Hey folks, back at you from the hot pits. I'm down here with the number 67 Bullet Performance car. They are current E1 class leaders. Looks like Ralph Warren about to get into the car. They've been running well into the night. They've got 184 laps. That puts them 3 laps up on the Flyer Vision Racing entry in the number 44 car. So these guys got plenty of time, take their time on a stop. They've got a tire ready to go on. It's really exciting down here because they've worked really hard to get a 3-lap cushion on their competition, but their competition is going to get some time back here as they take fuel and take a tire. Looks like a fresh, brand new, that looks like a Toyo RR. These guys are running the Toyos. Toyo RR going on the car. Right front being a counterclockwise track. That right front gets a ton of wear. So it looks like their strategy was to do the fuel. Car's going up in the air. And a fresh Toyo rubber going on down here with the Bullet Performance E1 entry, the car number 67. I actually recognized a regular racer with us, Ralph Warren, getting in the car. Crew doing a little checking of fluids. Ralph going to get his windshield nice and clean here. I'm going to see if we can get looks like the crew's back under the car. doing a little checking. And the number 67 Bullet Performance E1 class leader back out on track. Let's see if we can get an interview here with one of the crew guys. How's it going? We're live on the broadcast. Are you driver with the Bullet Performance?
I'm the next driver after this.
Hey, awesome, man. So you guys were leading at the time of the stop, and it looked like you guys had at least a couple lap cushion. Tell us about the stop and your strategy and all that good stuff going on.
Well, the stop was to come in. We had Ed, who was in the car for 2 stints, and we pulled him out of the car, put Ralph Warren into the car, and he's good for 2 stints now. We got 10 gallons of fuel and a new front right tire. So looking good. We've been a couple seconds a lap faster than our competitors, and I hope it stays that way.
Awesome, man. Now, are you guys paying attention to the weather forecast, and how is that weighing into strategy as you keep making up time through the night?
Yeah, well, I'm a little concerned about that because in about 2.5 hours I go in the car, and we've been hearing stuff about some weather coming in about 2.5, 3 hours. But we're ready. We're on the DOT slick tires right now, and we have another set of DOT rain tires ready to go. So we'll see what happens.
Awesome, and best of luck to you guys. They're out there in the lead. E1, check back in with you guys soon. Hey, folks, I'm down here with Roger Eagleton, fresh out of the car. Car's still in the pit stall. He's driving with Dig Motorsports, currently third in E0. Talk to us about your stint and how the race is going for you guys.
It's been a challenge. I mean, I think we're a little bit underpowered for our class. The classes keep getting more and more popular every year, which I think is a testament to NASA and the great job that you guys have done. The downside for us regular guys that are always out here is that we have to get better machinery and really step up our game. But that's part of the challenge. That's what makes it fun. So we're really just trying to put our head down and focus and be there at the end.
Awesome, man. Staying consistent, being there at the end, strategy for Dig Motorsports. Best of luck to you, buddy.
Thank you.
Looks like a pretty good pit stop for these guys. Taking a little while on fuel. Still here with the Dig Motorsports folks, taking their time fueling. We heard from Roger Eagleton that they know they don't have the fastest car in the class, but they're still running really well in third. So they're going to take their time, and their strategy is to just be there at the end. We know how important it is to not have fuel spills here. I'm not going to say this is the slowest fuel jug I've ever seen, but it's in the top 3 for sure. But more important than having a fast fuel jug is making sure not to spill. You can tell this is an experienced team here, taking their time. Hopefully don't have a spill. You have a spill in this race, you can sit in the penalty box for 5-10 minutes, depending on how bad your spill is. So good, cautious crew folk, fueler here, making sure to get all the fuel in with no spills. Doesn't look like one of those leaky old jugs. Taking his time, keeping the vent closed, not dripping. Looking at Race Hero here, I see these guys are taking their time because they are almost 30 laps up on the car behind them, which is the Team Honda Research West car that we saw going to the wall earlier. So these guys just got to keep turning laps, making up time, do it all on track, keep the car running.
right, folks, we are a little bit early for our 7 o'clock update. We are on board right now with Lonnie Unser. She's in that Shift Up Now HQ Autosport 128 BMW. You can see she is really, really driving the wheels off that thing. Not a whole lot of light being cast out there, but she's able to pick up those markers. Remarkably smooth driving style and turning some fast laps there. Let's give you a little bit of an update on the running order right now. E0, the number 18 Honda Racing Team Honda Research West 2 car. They're on top of E0. 14 laps behind to Impact Racing. And then another 16 laps, 30 laps behind overall to that Dig Motorsports Mustang that we were seeing fueling earlier. E1 Fleer Vision out in front. Spencer Trinery behind the wheel. 1 lap back. Bullet Performance, always a strong team with the great Ralph Warren behind the wheel right now. Ralph is flying, putting in 2:05 laps, moving pretty well. Actually, his last lap was a 7:47, so, but, I think he was coming in or going out. Then Eldorado Motorsports, 3 laps back from Bullet. That's your top 3 in E1. E2, the Toyota 86, still out in front, 9 laps ahead of the SlipstreamRacing.com number 20 car. Believe that is a Miata. Then we've got the Technic guys. They are in number 14 out there. They are 1 lap back from Slipstream, 10 laps back from the overall lead. E3, Tazio Otis Racing. It looks like Brown and Hire has retired, so they've probably got a win secured there. But they're going to keep on running all night long. E3S, S is for Spec. Number 40, RA Motorsports. In front, 2 laps back from them. RA Motorsports 35. And then Stain Motorsports, they are 2 laps back from P2 and 4 laps back from P1, which is really nothing in a 25-hour race at this stage. Again, we're about 8 hours in, 1/3 done or so. ES, low group racing. They are out there flying around, leading the ES class in that BMW. Then the Valkyrie GTR is 9 laps back from them. And then 5 laps back from them is the number 86 Clean Blast David's Racing Products. I believe that was one of our late models. ESR overall lead right now. Turn 3 Motorsport in that Radical. They are still out in front. So far, they've put down 223 laps. Then number 2 in that ESR class. Number 68, La House 1 Motorsports. Number 3, the Praga has come up the order now into P3. They're 7 laps back from P2, and P2 appears to be in the pits, so that could result in a change in the ESR running order. The Frasun Racing entry is out in front of GT Challenge. 3 laps back to the Lizards. And it looks like the Hive 10 car is still in the pits, about 40 laps back from the Lizards and 43 from the leader. So that shows you what's going on there in all the classes. And the overall Turn 3 still out in front. Then La House, the Praga's P3 overall. Actually now the ES leader, Low Group Racing, is P4 overall. And P5 overall is that GT Challenge entry of Frasun Racing. So 224 laps complete. Again, we're in night conditions now. Weather is dry and clear. You can see a lot. Whoa, that was a bad pass right there. Did not work out. Kind of a dive down the inside and then off. And boy, I don't see how Lonnie avoided that one. That was really heads-up driving on her part to see that. Looked like one of the Hondas coming down really aggressive down the inside and then couldn't get it gathered up and may have gone off track, but that was really heads-up driving by Lonnie Unser to be able to look in her mirrors and see that one coming and avoid it. That was almost a big hit there in the Shift Up Now car. They would have really gotten drilled if that would not have been absolute split-second timing. Nice job by Lonnie Unser. So once again, folks, we are now 8 hours into our 25-hour contest. We will have lots of updates for you, so please do stay tuned. If you have something specific you'd like us to look at, let us know. And we will be coming back at you with Neil and Will down, covering different stories in the pits. We may work in a couple of interviews, but we will have top-of-the-hour updates all the way through, and we'll resume our full coverage at 6 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow morning. So let's just sit back and enjoy Lonnie Unser's wheel work here, and we will give you more updates as they come up. We're out looking for more interviews, so we'll have Will and Neil Daly up for you very quickly. Thanks for sticking with us, folks. Once again, this is the 2019 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance at the broadcast, brought to you by our dear friends at Toyo Tires. Stick around. We'll be right back.
I'm down here in the pits with Kevin Stelly, team principal of Slipstream Motorsports out of Houston, Texas. You guys are currently running second in E2. Tell us about how your day's going.
So far, so good. Thankfully, we were able to keep out of all of the chaos through the start of the race. Had a couple of issues with other teams and cautions throughout the past driver stint, but so far, mechanically, everything's good and carrying on.
Awesome. Do you guys have a solid strategy for the predicted weather, or you're rolling with the punches?
Just roll with the punches, keep drivers in as long as possible, and let it happen.
Awesome, man. Best of luck to you guys. Keep it running. See a warm, happy crew back here from Texas, and best of luck the rest of the way. Back to you guys.
That's Blinkman.
We're down here in the Praga cars, number 11 ESR entry. Paul Blinkman coming in his beautiful Praga. Looks like they're at least doing fuel. We'll see if we can get an interview here with Paul Blinkman if he gets out of the car. Beautiful car, really awesome car. Looks like it's just fuel. Well, I don't know. Yeah, looks like it's going to be just a fuel stop for the Praga Cars Fellner Motorsport team here with Paul Blinkman at the wheel. Paul Blickman's a long-time NASA NorCal racer. I actually got to race with him in Spec E30 a bunch a few years ago. Really nice guy, loves his Praga. They've made a few attempts. I think this is their third or fourth attempt at this race in this car. Always had bad luck. Just a splash and go for Paul Blinkman. Beautiful car. I'm down here with Dale Seavright of Impact Racing, the Ford Performance Racing School Mustang that you're looking at. You guys are currently running second in E0. Dale, tell us about how your night's going.
Car's pretty good. We started off in the wet and just ramped up slowly over time. When we put our dries on, we started gaining some ground back on these guys. It's a new car, so I'm not used to it. I'm usually driving BMWs all the time, so just getting used to the car and climbing back up.
Now there's some weather in the forecast. Are you looking forward to getting back in for a dry stint or a wet stint in this particular car?
I'd rather either be totally dry or totally wet. Last time was in mixed conditions, and I don't like mixed conditions. So at least now we'll put our rains on and go for it. I think around 10 p.m. is when the rain's supposed to come in. So
I think when the rain started to trickle away, I was up on the turn 10 hill, and there was a thunderstorm over turn 14, blue sky over turn 2, and some other stuff up over turn 8. So I know what you mean about the mixed conditions. It can be crazy, but there's your pit stop with Impact Racing. Dale, thank you so much, and best of luck, sir. We're live. Watching the number 68 La House 1 Motorsports prototype, currently second in ESR, doing a fuel stop. I'm sorry, it's not a fuel stop. It appears they've got the rear deck off and they're looking for some sort of issue. They're currently about 4 laps behind the ESR leader, Turn 3 Motorsports, and about 9 laps ahead of the Praga that we just saw stop a little bit earlier. Let's see if we can figure something else out here. Get a closer look at what they're doing here. Looks like they're just tightening an AN fitting on an overflow. So not sure if they were leaking fluid or smoking or what was happening, but just tightening loose AN fitting. Goes to show some of the fastest cars here, well-sorted cars, can have any issue during this race. So looks like they're just tightening up a couple loose ends and not too frantic down here. So hoping these guys get back out and make up some time. We're down here with the number 15 E3S entry of Lesher Motorsports. They were third in class at the time of the pit stop, so they just went down a lap to the car that they were on the same lap with, which looks to be Stain Motorsports, clawing their way back up after their pit stop cycle. They are on lap 184. The car right behind them, A+ Young and Restless, is also on lap 184. And Stain now has 186. E3S is one of our newer classes, all spec series cars in NASA being Spec Miata, Spec E30, and 944 Spec, which are all similar speeds on the Spec Toyo tire in completely spec trim, with the only addition being some endurance equipment like headlights and maybe some defrosters and such endurance items like the Jock Andrews warning light. But Leshner looks like having a pretty routine stop here. Fuel going in, driver belted up, window net going up, and looks to be all business down here in the hot pits with Lesher Motorsports.
It's Will, right?
Will, yeah.
Yeah, I'm Brian.
Brian, somebody want to talk about your day? I'm down here with Roberto of JFC Motorsports. They've got the beautiful car that was our pole sitter for the race. Really fast out of the box, got an awesome lead, and then have had some challenges along the way. Tell us about how your day's been going.
Not as great as we'd like, obviously. We'd like to be out front, but pushing through them. Had a first little bit of a fuel issue and got that sorted, and then right as we went back out, we actually broke some rear suspension, so that's why we were out for so long, but got it all sorted back up, and now that we got some dry weather and some nice slick tires, we're ready to put some laps down.
Nice, man. As a fan of the program, it's been really cool to see you guys new engine system, all in-house, and put this together in a relatively short time frame. So Thank you guys for being here, and best of luck through the night and making up some time, man.
Absolutely appreciate it.
Check in with you guys shortly.
Hey folks, we are back live in the booth. A good friend has stopped by, Peter Hoagland from the Technic Podcast and the Technic Racing Team. How's it going, man?
It's going good, man. It's going good. It's been great. It's been a lot. I say that. It's been very last minute. It was going great, and then qualifying happened, and we had a lot of fog in the window.
You were battling the ventilation demon.
Yeah, we have the rear defroster on the front window, and I don't know, we'll never know because we're never going to be able to look it up, but we're not getting enough power to it, or it's got a break somewhere in it, and it's only got like a couple of strips that were barely working. And yeah, it was no good. So we put 3 drivers in there, and no one could see where we were going, and so we were up till 2:30 in the morning, and we built a defrost system from motors that blow up mattresses.
Oh yeah, with the D cells.
And they run on 12 volt, and then we ran hosing. That shows you the state that I'm in. But rubber hoses.
You hoser.
Hey hoser.
Take off. Eh?
Take off, eh? and then ran that up under the dash, and then we got this clever little like clamp that plugs into that. So we now have 2 vents just sitting in our metal dash.
I mean, that's the kind of ramshackle engineering, the tool shed engineer that we always respect here at the 25.
It took a farmer, a dropout, and an engineer to come up with that.
Sounds solid to me. But it's working, right?
No, it's actually, believe it or not, it version 1, we would probably only make 1 change to it.
Okay.
And we already bought it. It's sitting at home. It's already been delivered. So
nice.
But yeah, I mean, it's great. I think the beginning of the thing that's always about this race is it was going great, and I just kept telling everybody, hang on, just wait, it'll come to you. There'll be a problem. You can't have not a problem on this race.
Well, you guys are running P3 right now in E2.
Yep.
So let's see, about 9 back from P1.
Well, because we didn't get to qualify, we started overall. I think we started about 7 positions back from the leaders.
Okay.
And then, which I think was more Wood Creative, and then.
And they've run into trouble.
Yeah, and then the thing about this race is it has been beautiful until we have to qualify, and then it rains.
Right.
And then it was beautiful until the start of the race, and then it rains.
Then it rains.
So it's like Mother Nature knows what we're doing here.
Oh,
she's
she's
like, "Oh, you
messing
guys are back. Well, here, have this."
You
but
think you're so smart.
that's right. So we clawed our way up to 3rd from
Okay.
last.
Right.
And we figured out a way to do 4 tires in about 22 seconds.
Dang. How'd you do that?
Well, I tripped on it. The truth of the story is I was actually walking through the high-tech shop, one of our partners, and I was on the phone, and I ran out a corner, and I tripped. And I looked down.
Literally tripped on
Tripped,
the
like I went to catch my fall with my hand. And I looked down, and it was a ramp that they use in tire shops. That you drive over, they lift it up, they just put the new tires on, and then you leave. And I went, hold on a second, go get the race car. And I literally stopped the shop, and they were very irritated with me.
Of course.
And I found out that we would be able to do that in about 20 seconds.
That's incredible.
And so we use that to get to 3rd.
Yeah.
Because we have to go from rain setup to dry setup with tires.
Right.
And then there was an event with the HQ car going into the more Wood Creative car, which then went into our car, and we are bent.
Oh.
So our passenger door won't open.
But the car's okay. Ish.
I mean, if everything stays the same, it'll finish.
Okay.
So we're going to take that as something to work with.
Okay.
And we're scrappy. So it's been a lot. And the testament to this for me is my guys. They are so good.
Solid.
They're super solid, and there's just they just don't quit.
Right.
I'm like, guys, take a break. Go hang. Nope. Not till this is done.
Well,
So-
this 25-hour, it's some kind of strange cult. I mean, we all have indulged in the Kool-Aid, and we can't stay away.
No.
I can't quit you 25 hours.
No, and it's been a great, this event this year specifically has been, from a NASA standpoint, seemed to be great. I mean, just like everything's just been smooth
Good.
operator, and right now everything's good because there's no weather, so I'm jamming on it.
Yeah, I am shocked. I thought we were going to get soaked for the whole race.
We talked about this on my podcast.
Yeah.
How many prototypes there are out there.
Right.
I mean, I just got out of my stand. I just did 2 hours and 40 minutes in the car, and you're very busy behind you.
Right.
Very, very busy behind you. I think the only person to be busier is the tow trucks towing everyone out of the mud.
Right. Exactly. Well,
because there's so many prototypes.
There's so many. It's an evolution of the race.
Yeah.
And so now we see where it goes from here.
Yeah. It is. That's very true. For the listener too, it's like you have to think as a driver. You're out there driving at night, and you have maybe about half the field right now. There's about a 75 mile an hour closing speed difference between these cars. I mean, they're going so fast and you don't even know they're there. You see them off in the distance, and you come in your next braking zone, and they've already passed you.
Yeah.
You're like, wow, that was really fast. So
Kind of time warp.
yeah, I mean, I think in the past there've always been a lot of expanding and contracting amongst the classes, where it's a better blend rate.
Right.
This feels like a lot of the spec guys, a lot of the just like regular racer dudes, and then there just seems to be a lot of big Pescarolas and the Radicals and all that stuff like that. They got that stuff dialed in. So
Yep. Pretty quick.
Yeah.
Well, good. Well, so what are, maybe a SWOT analysis? Where do we go from here?
SWOT analysis, and where do we go from
Are we
here?
looking at strategy, strengths, weaknesses?
Well, I can speak for E2.
Okay.
Okay, I can't speak for.
No, E2. E2 is all we want to know about.
Yeah. I think I will say from an overall perspective, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how long some of these high-strung cars
before they go boom,
before they give up, right? And what that's going to do is it's going to create a very interesting race in the morning. And Mother Nature knows this, and so is sending rain.
Right.
So from an E2's perspective, I think right now Toyota has gotten lucky by doing everything right.
Right.
They made some luck. How about that? In the race, we got stuck in some traffic in the beginning of the race, and we didn't have the bite to get around some of that stuff.
Right.
And Morewood Creative 72 car and the 86 car just took off. Now we got a little lucky we were able to jump some fuel stops and stuff like that. We spun. Don't forget we spun.
Yep.
There's a question as to whether we were spun, but either way, we hung out there for 3 laps, in a clamp at barbecue. But I think there's, Toyota's they've got a lot of laps in the bag. I think they've got 10 laps in the bag because nothing's happened to them.
Right now, 9 laps.
9 laps over Slipstream, right?
Right.
And we're, I think, right with Slipstream.
You are. You're both very close to each other.
Yeah. So I think, for us, we kind of have to wait and just pray that a piano falls on them from like the 37th floor.
Right.
A New York.
Last year the engine expired fairly early on, though.
Yeah, and I talked to them about that. I talked about it on the podcast. I talked to Randy about that too, and it's just a fluke.
Yeah.
Just one of the compression rings just cracked.
Yeah, what do you do about that?
And that's just something that A, doesn't happen, and B, it doesn't happen to Toyota, right? So, for me, I talked to Justin Ross in the 72 car for Morewood, and he basically had to replace control arms, so the right side of that car got replaced because of the incident with HQ Autosport, Shift Up guys. So he basically said, I have nothing to lose. I'm going to be Uncle Rico and throw this football over the mountains.
Yep.
So that car is on fire right now. So
not literally.
No,
Good.
Not literally. Fair enough.
Good.
That thing's just laying down some hot laps. So I really think that
yeah, they're running pretty fast. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the interesting the SWOT analysis is as I babble on.
Okay.
At you, is I think there's going to be a lot of expanding and contracting.
Right.
Throughout the middle of the night. Usually the middle of the night, everyone checks out and we go home. We have a whole crew that runs, and it's like a flywheel. Thing just runs itself, right?
Right.
I think there's going to be a lot of expanding and contracting that happens in the middle of the night. And he who duck gooses the right way in the morning is probably going to take dividends.
And we've seen that before with some of the great battles in the past at E0 where it was a one lap proposition where someone would pull ahead.
Right.
And then I remember the El Diablo guys where they roasted a wheel bearing right at the very end, and they just managed to get it done in time to get out and notch a couple laps right at the end.
Right.
So we don't know. I mean, everybody's running very close into your class.
Don't forget Brett Strom trying to clean the windshield, drove it all the way up the side of a mountain.
Right,
so,
exactly. So
yeah, we're not, we don't look at the adversity. We'd rather have the adversity in early on, get it all knocked out and out of the way. Right. And so we're doing great. You guys are doing great. E2's just we haven't lost any E2 cars.
Yeah, strong.
It's just kind of the slow and steady. So
humming right along. Okay, great.
Yep, I gotta get where we're going.
Again, that was Pete Hopeland from the Technic team up here joining us. Hopefully, he'll come back up and check in later.
Yeah.
So good luck, and we'll see
you
later.
Can go to the Technic podcast,
which is epic, by the way.
And you can hear interviews. It's PG-13 for you, but you can hear interviews with Randy Popes and all the. Excuse me, I'm choking. All the drivers that were coming on that come on this into the NASA 25, and they do a lot of the work.
You did a lot of work coming up to this race in terms of setting the stage.
Yep. And then and so it's there's a lot you can learn more about the people that are actually racing these cars if you go and listen to the podcast. So you should go do that. All right. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for the interview, and folks, we will go back. We'll have our top of the hour update here in a minute, but again, that was Peter Hopeland from the Technic team coming up the order in E2. So we'll sign off for just a second. We'll be back very shortly with our top of the hour update. Thanks for joining us at the 2019 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance, a broadcast brought to you by our good friends at Toyo Tires. We'll be right back.
Runners, I don't have to look in the mirror too much. I look ahead, and I just really enjoy the whole thing. Unfortunately, our car, I think we seized a gearbox when I first got in the car, but as you see, they put a new engine in, and we'll be out there in about 5 minutes. Took them about 40 minutes to change the engine.
Very cool. One thing you guys at home will love to see is it's really cool to watch a professional race team work. Not only did they just know they had a broken gearbox and replace the gearbox, but they got a new nose out for the car to put it because they were having a light flicker. So they put a whole new nose out. They made sure the mirrors were clean. They did some brake work. It's really, really, really calm, organized chaos down here. Everybody's working hard. Nobody's rushing. Nobody's panicked. Nobody's tripping over each other. Really, really cool to see a professional race team getting it done here. Greg Gorsey going to get back in the car, and One Motorsport's going to go try and make up some time. Best of luck to you, Greg.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Coming up on 8 p.m. here, and we are at Thunderhill Raceway, and this is the 25 of Thunderhill, this NASA event. Kicked off earlier today, 11 a.m. It'll wrap up tomorrow at 12 noon, and so let's walk you through and look at where everybody's running here. We'll give you by class and then look at the overall. EO right now is that Honda Racing team, and that is the number 18 that leads the way. They're right now good, where are they? 16 laps ahead of the number 30 Impact Racing. And the 21 car, they run third right now. E1, the 67 Bullet Performance team, they lead over Fleer Vision Racing in the 44. And the Eldorado Motorsports machine, the 24 car, they are third. In E2, it's the number 86, the Tap Dream Motorsports car. They lead over the number 20 of Slipstream Racing. And then it is Technic Competition. They are in car number 14. And pretty good racing there. Everybody pretty tight there. You've got about a 9-lap advantage between first and third. That is E2. The 07 Tazio Otis Racing, they lead in E3. And then in E3S, the number 40, they're leading right now, 4-lap advantage over the 35 team, and then it's the 99. They are 6 laps back. Stein Motorsports in the 91, Lesher Motorsports in the 15. They make up the top 5 in E3S. In ES, the low group racing, they lead the way. The number 5, Valkyrie Autosport, that's the Nissan GTR, they are second. And Three Thieves Racing in car number 12, they are in third spot. Again, that is ES. ESR, they've led a big chunk of this one, and they're leading overall. The number 10, Turn 3 Motorsports Radical, they lead the way, 7 laps now over the number 11. That's Praga Cars. And then it's, who's third? The 64, the K2R Motorsports. Now, just a little while ago, they set fast lap of the race here. They brought that mark down to 142.6. That happened, about 20 laps ago. They just come by and put another lap on the field, but they are sitting third. And GT Challenge now. Frausen Racing in the 37, and they lead just 3 laps, though, over the Flying Lizard Motorsports Audi. So very good race there in GT Challenge. Let's look at it overall. We mentioned those ESR cars, as expected, leading the way, but let's see what interlopers are jumping in there. So right now, the ES car that we mentioned, the number 2 low group racing, they are second overall, then a couple ESR cars, and then the 2 GT Challenge cars. The ESR of Norma's Last Chance. Then you've got the Honda at number 18 and the number 5 Valkyrie Autosport Nissan GTR. That's your top 10 overall. So here we are just a couple minutes after 8 p.m. 246 laps are completed. We still have a long way to go. This one goes until noon tomorrow, and we'll be here. Hourly updates, and of course you see Will and Neil, they've been busy now down in the paddock, and I'm not sure, does Will have a update for us? There he is. Look, he's deep in thought, and his brain is smoking. He's thinking so hard. All right, let's throw it down there. Will, go ahead. He's down there looking at tires. Will?
Hey folks, I'm down here in the Toyo Tire TFB tent, and we've got a little bit of an update for you. There is some weather that is approaching, felt a few raindrops. I'm not going to pretend to trust our weathermen, but the radar does show some clouds moving towards us. It's really hard to figure out if it's actually going to hit. What we can see, if we see over here, our buddies here at Toyo Tires are taking some tires and still putting grooves in them. So there's still a lot of teams that are expecting some rain and prepping for some rain. If I can get our camera over here, I'd like to show you guys some used Toyo Tire rain tires. This here is a Toyo RR. This, you can see the 2 radial grooves that come cased on the RR. And they added some chevrons for some rain use. These are some used RS1s. I'm not going to guess what car these are off of, but they are off of a something that wore really, really evenly. They're worn down, not all the way down, but they were definitely used. and got a lot of good life out of them. So we'll take a look back over here, and Nico's actually grooving a tire for us. So looks like definitely going to have some weather. Don't know how heavy it's going to be or light it might be, but people are definitely preparing for any potential rain or light rain or no rain. So we'll keep checking in, keep an eye on the radar, and let you guys know down here from the ground what it looks like. Stay tuned. I think we're on a break right now. Check out www.nasa25hour.com for our broadcast schedule. We'll be going live every hour on the hour for quick updates, and I'll get back to the pits and keep trying to bring you guys all the stories. Thanks for tuning in.
We tracked down Sarah Montgomery, racing with
HQ Autosport.
wow, thank you.
And Shift Up Now.
And Shift Up Now. Yeah. How's the race going so far?
Race is going well. Our car is still out there, and so that's all that matters. Yeah, race is going well. So I qualified last night in the pouring rain, which I was scared to death because it was pitch black outside. You know, typical race car things. And then I started the race this morning, did a 3-hour stint again in the pouring rain. When they were throwing the green flag, I was on the radio screaming, I can't see a thing! So it's going well. The race is going great. No issues so far, or at all, I should say. And we plan to keep it that way. So
well, that's awesome. And I heard that you also set the track record in this car?
Yes.
In the rain?
No. Although that makes for a better story.
Yeah. They'll be like, you can come back next year.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, yesterday went out for dry practice to kind of help dial in, set up, things like that. And they said I set the fastest lap for this car at this track. So I'll take it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, you guys are in contention. It seems like everybody's shooting for the podium. I think I've heard that TAPG is just so far ahead that we're all going for at least second.
Yes, that seems to be how my life has been going this year, is shooting for second place versus first, that you can't even catch them.
That's what the Toyota guys have been doing to us this year.
Yeah, that's how that goes. So, you know what? We're still here shooting for first position because you never know what can happen to them. Or us at that, but you never know. So we're going for it. We're here for that reason.
Cool. Yeah. And what place are you guys in currently?
We are in 5th position, but neck and neck with 4th. So let's call it 4th.
I like it. All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your race. It was super fun catching up with you.
Sweet. Thank you, guys. We'll talk to you soon.
On. How's it going?
As you can see, not amazing at the moment.
What happened there?
Well, we got our new driver in. We did a driver change, sent him out on cold tires, and I think the cold tires got the better of him. He lost control of the car coming onto the front straight, and he told me he was hoping the car would stop spinning, but apparently it did not. So,
ooh, something stopped it for him.
Yeah, concrete wall.
Oh man,
yeah,
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah. It's all right. This is all part of racing, so it looks like the guys have it in hand. They'll, I don't know if they're going to put a new bumper and a new fender on there, or if they're just going to try to get that thing bent in the right place. I think our biggest issue is trying to get that light bar to work. We've got a spare one, but without something proper to mount it to, it's going to be a bit of a problem.
I think considering you might be kind of lucky. You know, usually when you see these E46s have impact like that, the front where the radiator and everything mounts is so sensitive that anything there gets pushed.
So far, it looks all right. The radiator doesn't look like it's been damaged. Some of the hose has been pushed around. I think we're going to be okay.
Right on. I like it. Well, that is just part of the adjustment, and that's part of the 25 is, you know, the car is different every time you get in it. Yep. That, yeah, you expect to do one thing, and it doesn't do that.
We will find out here in just a minute. Everything works out, and hopefully we get to continue on.
Right on. Well, thanks for the update. I'll try to get out of your way. Camera guy's going to get more in your way.
No problem.
And we'll catch up with you guys and see you make up some spots later.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks, man. We're going to walk over to the next pit stop over here, see what these guys are doing. It looks like the Lola is back in again. I saw him in a couple minutes ago. I didn't know what they were here for, but looks like tire pressures, maybe a driver swap, and getting back out there. Seen lots of people commenting online, asking what's going on with this thing. This car did set the pole qualified time. Expected to be the fastest car out here, but it's been a little tough keeping it out there on the track. Looks like the rain's just starting to pick up again. I see a couple safety vehicles out on track. Things are starting to get a little exciting for the beginning of the night stint. It is that time where team after team coming into the pits for one reason or another. We should be able to just keep bouncing between interviews here. The One Motorsport number 48 going back out on track. We saw them in back paddock with I think some shifting issues, something to do with a hydraulic pump or air pump that controlled their shifting mechanism, so they were stuck in one gear. Looks like they got that fixed and back out there. At this point in the race, it's important to get everything bolted back on so you can just get this done in one shot, and you're not constantly having to have the car back in for little issues. Saw the SRC car pull through the pits. Don't know what's going on with that. Oh, excellent. Breaking out the ratchet straps. Really good fix for this kind of situation. Last year, I saw a team that had a very similar issue. And afterwards, the hood wouldn't stay closed. And they pulled out these like super strong like saran wrap basically, and just put one on each side of the fenders, and it held the hood closed. Hopefully after this they don't have hood alignment issues, but if they do, saran wrap. Man, these E46 M3s, when you put those carbon air boxes on them, sound so good. So let's, should we head back and see what happened to that number 22 car? Or save that one for later? What's up? Oh, sure. I thought I'd come over here and keep you entertained for a second while we're having the car worked on.
Oh, yay.
It's like a drive-through oil change, right?
Just like, yeah. Yeah, the guys are doing a great job getting that oil changed.
How's your race going?
Well, lap one didn't go so well. This was my first stint in the car, and new tires weren't quite up to temp, apparently.
This is the first stint for the whole race that you're driving?
Yeah, it's my first one. I'm our P4 driver.
So, that's one of the things with the 25, you know, like every time you get into the car, it feels like a different car. Was this, did it throw you off a little bit from the last kind of times you've driven it?
It's been a while since I've been in the car. Only got a few test laps in yesterday. We raced it here last year, and I loved the car, so it's a great car, but You know, first time out in the dark and with a little bit of spray on slicks, and I just made a mistake.
Hey, it happens. I was telling the guys out there, it looks like you got lucky and just hit the corner. So the cooling system and the radiator, let's hope that's all intact.
Yeah, it looks like they just got to get it all unbound and do a little bit of something on the cooling, though, so we'll see. Going to get me out soon, I think.
All right, man. Yeah, I see you tapping your foot. You're like, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Nah, just feeling a little nervous and unhappy with myself for that mistake.
Well, when you leave here, take a deep breath, let it go. It's a new race.
Yeah, it looks like it's raining a little bit harder, too, so see what my coochies think.
Yeah. Just, drive slow, get to know it, and don't look in the past, look forward.
Yeah, understood.
Good job, man.
Thank you.
Looks like these guys are almost done. Man, look, that tow hook got mangled. Hopefully they don't need to use that later, because they'll get creative and probably pull them by the light bar or something. And it looks like they're taking this opportunity to put the intermediates on. These pits might get really exciting really soon. If this rain continues, we're going to see a lot of teams come in and switch tires. This is a class where they can switch all four at the same time, so they can do that here in the hot pits. I believe in the lower ones like E0, you can't have the air jacks and all that stuff, so any of those guys are going to have to go back paddock for it. It does look like they had a slight impact to the cooling system. Hopefully not enough where they have to pull anything else out. You see most of these teams using the yellow lug nuts. These are all lug nuts that are about $5 a piece. They are specially coated with some kind of lubricant that makes them faster on and off. They make them yellow so you can see them at night. And if you're running those, you are a serious enduro team. You see this team also utilizing gluing them into the holes so that you're not fumbling with the lug nuts as you're getting them back on. Oh, good. Throwing pieces off the car, breaking out the hammer. Yeah. Team number 49, ESR, back out on track. This whole race has been a switch between dries, intermediates, and rains. And really, it's just up to making a well-educated and sometimes lucky call as to when to switch those. Our car, we ended up running for about an hour on the wets. Once it had been dry, we just said, screw it, we'll get all the life out of these and deal with the rest later. It was better in and pitting. And then we took advantage when we ran out of gas of switching then. Not normally you'd see that much hammer and carbon fiber in the same area. Teams using distilled water, no coolant here. If you use coolant, you can't race because when that stuff spills, it gets slippery. Rain starter now. We need to cover that? What do you think? Should we cover the camera?
Yeah, I think as soon as...
Oh my gosh, yes! Breaking out the skill saw now. taken. Cauldron's taken. Drying the corner, adding more Gorilla Tape. That Gorilla Tape sticks to anything. Can be a lot trying to hold a hood down without a hood latch. It will be interesting to see how well this tape holds up. But they also might just be trying to create a bit of an air duct.
I gotta get this camera.
Sorry, what you say? You can jump up here if you want. Okay, we got to get out of the rain for a second to cover this camera. There we go. Hey, are we in your way? Yeah. Good. Honest answer. Good. Go into their pit. Next one down.
They might need to be longer.
Got some zip ties, drilling more holes. Okay, we're going to bounce down to the next pit down. These guys are almost finished with the E46. I don't know what kind of car this is again, but I think it's so cool. It's some kind of tube frame chassis, and they have two options of bodies they can put on it. One is this Porsche Speedster body, and another is like a VW Bug. Running an E1, it's a relatively quick car with a really cool classic styling. Convertible, good choice for this race. Tiny little baby doors. And we got our new driver in there. Fuel straight down through the hood. Way behind us. I don't think we can get there in time, but Technic is in the pits again. Looks like just a regular driver swap. We'll see. Raining enough now that we have giant roosts coming off the cars on the straightaway. We should see quite a few people coming in and swapping tires. The slicks are no longer going to work in this weather. Nice little shot on the inside. Trying to stay out of the way of the crew. Buying rain next. They did only have to buy the small bottle for the small windshield. We certainly get some unique cars at the 25 hour. TAPG. It looks like they just did a tire swap right behind him. E46 from E2. And Technic going into the cold pits now. That's car number 14, E46 in contention for the podium in E2. Now, I did actually see a wing laying on the side of the track earlier. I wonder if that was off of this car. Gentleman a little startled by the exhaust pop there. But it looks like another ratchet strap being used, securing the wing to the car. All right, we're going to cut out for a second here. We got to put a plastic bag over our camera, and then we'll get right back to it.
Checking in here from the cold pits under car number 22. This is a BMW M4, I think. They sheared the bolts off of the diff. And when we checked in a couple minutes ago, the diff was not going back in the car. They were out re-tapping all the holes, and they had to go, I believe, off-site to buy hardware. Is that right?
Yep.
Yep, they had to go to the store, buy bolts, and now they're back, putting their differential back in the car. I'd actually say, when I saw it all taken apart, I assumed something internal had gone bad. This is probably better news than that, right? Yeah, right, they agree. So
we'll be back to race again.
Yeah.
Okay, so we on set this one.
I could actually get the mic in there. So, how's your night going, guys?
Oh, just terrific.
Yeah, this is a great.
A little sketchy. The whole car's moving.
Yeah, don't worry about the car moving. That's just a comforting feeling.
These are some pretty fancy jack stands you guys got here.
Well, you know, only the best.
Yeah. You're racing BMW, you got fancy jack stands.
Okay, so where's that ratchet on these?
Oh, shit, boys.
Hang on.
Having trouble keeping this a G-rated environment over here. Getting their diff in the car. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay, here, I got this one here. Let me start this one bolt.
We actually are going to make it a point to get under most of the cars that are back here. So any of you racers watching this, if you end up back paddock, we're going to be under your car with you.
Yeah, you're going to have to do this.
We were just kind of in someone's way. We're like, are we in your way? And he's like, yeah.
I can hold it for you. I got it.
We're fully extended. All right, guys. We'll leave you here. Hopefully you have a different experience once you get that back in. And we'll catch up with you back out on track. You're like, what are you doing? Tracking down car number 91, Spec E30 running an E3S. I remember talking to them before the race, and they said, man, I hope this engine makes it. It's got this weird noise. But it doesn't look like they're tracing down a noise like that. It looks like they're swapping airflow meters, running into... We got your light. So, airflow meters are kind of a common cause for running issues on this. They must be having some kind of power hesitation. This car went through a lot last year. It got punted around by a couple of the faster cars in a couple corners. This race already, they've had some off-road excursions that got them stuck. And it's just making it for a sweet adventure for everybody. So we will let them to continue tinkering and hope to see them back out on the track in just a couple minutes with all 168 of their horsepower working. There you go. Get out there. Taking advantage of a tire swap while they're in here. Good multitasking. They might want to go to wets. What do I know? I'm just a broadcaster. That's cool. We'll just keep walking through the pits, you know, if people at home don't have anything better to do. So the reason I did this is 3 years ago I was stuck at home watching this race. I made it a point to be at every single one of these races. And my daughter was born a couple days after it was planned, so we couldn't be here. That would actually be pretty bad. Awesome if she was born here, but we did actually have a conversation about that. But had to miss it, watch the live stream. I was so thankful that they could keep us involved with this, and since that I just wanted to be a part of it. So that's why I'm here. And they said I did a good job, so, I'm pretty recognition motivated, and if you say I'm good at something, I'll keep doing it. Those cars disassembled are really just their parts cars. It doesn't actually mean that they're in the pits for any reason. Ooh, we might be able to experience a Ford tire swap on the Ford Mustang. You guys swapping these anytime soon?
We just did.
Oh, we missed it. They were so fast. So quick. Good job. I was wondering why they were holding slicks. You don't want to put those back on right now. We'll take a walk down the hot pits. I hear all kinds of people in there. The pace car wait. Oh my gosh, no, I don't want to ride. I was just hoping for a quick update, and I'm getting some of your heat. Hang on, are we still live? Oh great, we're still live. Interview with the safety crew. You guys, the heroes of this event. How's it going so far? It's like really warm in here.
Just taking our heat. Nice. You're just taking our heat. It's good. It's been fairly consistent. A lot of just pull out of the muds and stuff. Luckily, nothing too crazy. So,
compared to the previous years, have you guys run the 25-hour before?
This is my first event, so welcome. Yeah, we're having fun.
It's only just starting. We're not even halfway done.
I know. I got to drive the corner worker van around and go drop people off and do that, so it was kind of cool. But yeah, no, I'm having a great time.
What kind of shifts do you guys take during this race?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You guys go straight.
Some people nap on and off. I haven't yet. I probably won't, but we'll see.
Oh man.
This is my 6th or so year, and I usually an hour nap if I can, but not. It's pretty hard to for me, honestly.
You also have a responsibility with NASA, right? Don't you run something here as well?
Yes, I'm the regional manager for NorCal, so I do a lot to help put on the event, and we have to go.
Good.
We might need to let these guys get back to work here. We'll give them a second to figure that out.
He's calling you out.
Oh, what are they saying? Apparently, they have some.
He's up in the tower calling you out.
Oh yeah, what's he calling me out for? Hi, Jerry. You know what? Actually, some issues with our pit cameras. We get a dedicated Verizon line for our broadcast, so that when everybody else is kind of secondary to us, which is sweet. You guys probably have something like that with your radios. You don't want your radios going down when other people are trying to chit chat on them. And it was because the people in the tower were watching the live stream that it was clogging up our live stream bandwidth. But it just means we're doing a good job, and they're all watching us do what we do. But we fixed those issues, and that's why we're out here chit-chatting with you guys.
Great. Snuck up on us.
Well, later on, I think we're trying to do something to get a little bit more footage with you guys. But right now, I'll let you get back to it. Thanks for hanging out with us for a couple minutes.
Thanks for saying hi.
I'll let you know if there's a good opportunity to take a ride along.
Yeah, that'd be so cool. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get a ride along with a safety vehicle. Hopefully, when there's a
low-key incident where we just got to pull someone out of the mud. That's what I want to see. That'd be sweet.
Maybe after sunrise.
After sunrise would be good for that. Cool. Awesome.
Thanks, Neil.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Enjoy your evening.
I'm here with Mark Sonson, manager of motorsport at Toyo Tires. We're here in the Flying Lizard tent, and we'd like to take a minute to talk about GT Challenge. It's been a really cool class for us, new to the 25 Hours of Thunderhill as of last year. This year we've got 3 top-notch cars running in the event. Tell us a little bit about the point of view from Toyo Tires and having a GT4 class do endurance racing here on an amateur level.
Yeah, you know, from the Toyo side, the GT4 is such a rapidly growing segment of motorsports. And previously it had been kind of just a top tier. They were in World Challenge, they were in IMSA, but as these secondary cars are coming into the secondary market and being used more proficiently at NASA events, we just thought, hey, it makes perfect sense to demonstrate the pace, the durability of the Toyo Proxys RR tire. So why not create a race class specifically for these GT4 cars, but with a spec Toyo tire? And so far it's doing pretty good. We got one car behind the wall right now with some mechanical issues, but otherwise, for a second-year effort, we got cars running 5th and 7th overall in the race on a DOT tire. So it's a pretty strong testament to how competitive they can be here.
That's huge. That's awesome. And for the people at home that might not understand the implications of that, going racing is expensive any way you slice it, especially getting a car to run an entire 25 hours, plus the build up, the testing, the practice of all that. Talk about the implications of the cost of the tire versus what that car costs to run on its sanctioned slick tire versus what they're doing here on a DOT RR.
Yeah, so, back of the napkin numbers, if you were to come to this event and plan on running a full non-DOT race slick of most manufacturers, you're going to have a $60,000 or $70,000 tire bill. Fast forward to using a Toyo RR, and with the wear that we're seeing and manageable lap times, you're probably going to have $12,000, $13,000 worth of tires. So it just really lowers the barrier of entry for a lot of teams that maybe think on paper when they're thinking about joining a series like this that it would just be financially too expensive to do.
It's really cool. The other thing that's been really fun that we've covered now twice over at the Toyo Hall or the service side is that GT Challenge is allowed to modify some tires and use some intermediates with some grooving and a full rein. It's been really cool to follow some of the teams that are using different stage Toyo tires in the crazy mixed conditions that we've had, and it's cool to see Toyo offering the support and the knowledge to what to use and when to use it, and then the rest is up to the team and the driver to guess what they want and when the weather's going to hit.
Yeah, absolutely. We try to provide the teams with the best product, the best technical support, and our best case recommendations for what they can do. But at the end of the day, we're making sure all 3 of our teams have the exact same opportunities available to them in the exact same quantities, and it really just then boils down to racecraft. Figure out what's going to work the best for you, but every team has an equal advantage.
Very cool. Thank you so much, Mark, for taking the time to talk with us. Toyo Tires, helping us take some top-level GT cars here to the 25-hour and do it reasonably affordable. Thank you so much, Mark.
Appreciate it.
Back to you guys in the booth. We'll be checking in soon.
I don't know what these guys are. I'm now in the way. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Don't know what these guys are in for, but they're taking the opportunity to clean up the windshield. Looks like they got maybe a little bit of a mess. They had the fluid sucker out, sucking some stuff out. Working on a hot engine. We might have had a little bit of an off-road excursion, pulling the mud out of the areas. doesn't really look like too much damage has been done. Just cleaning up the parts, making sure the mud doesn't get in the way. Taking the time to do a little light adjustment. All right, we're going to head next door really quick. Our buddies, the Endurance newbies, are in the pits again with, I hear, their second or third radiator failure. They are off shopping right now. What are you guys doing here? Oh, are you hurt? Oh. Oh, okay, cool. So we're doing some human repair here. There you go.
I like it.
Yeah, we're live right now. How are you guys doing?
We're good. Get out of the thing. When you guys choose your crews,
I'm a little confused. I have the whole Technic crew, but another E46 here. Are we in?
So
you're hanging out in someone else's pit?
We have a 4-tire stop.
Ah.
Right there.
Yes.
That works with, yeah. Anyway, NASA decided that it was okay to do repairs in the car out here. Like that Camaro.
Like this right here?
But then when we moved our ramp system out there, they were like, no. So
okay.
we had to move that.
Right there, yeah, that's the
We had to
spot.
switch stalls with them.
Okay.
So now they're good. This
Interesting.
radiator, so.
Yeah, it's not their first radiator, and they've it's caused by impact, but they've been impacting mud. So not other cars. They hit mud, and you can see one of the older radiators here already taken out. They're already on their second one, and this one needs to be replaced again. So they're out at O'Reilly's right now, picking up another one. These guys did amazingly well for the start of the race. First time ever endurance race, running in an E1 class, and they were holding, I believe, third place for a long time. Now they got some time to make up, so hopefully that radiator has some super horsepowers. And we'll get them back up to the top of E1. But right now,
These are good guys. I like them a lot.
yeah, they're fun. They Carl, one of the drivers or crew on the team, owns La Jolla Independent in San Diego. So they're buddies of ours. We know them.
That makes sense.
And it's cool to see them out here.
How's it going for you?
I've been having a blast.
Yeah.
We're walking around the pits.
It's fun, right?
Yes. We've been getting some good feedback about just getting under cars while they're getting worked on, so I'm trying to find more that are in the air. And
if you go, you can watch us do a pit stop.
when are you doing a pit stop?
I don't know, but you have to go over there and ask them.
That's fine.
But you can do that.
All right.
I'm going to go to bed.
Peter Hopeland, everybody.
I go in at 1.
Going to bed. Ooh, I'll see you out there.
Hey, no,
I'm
man.
from 11 to 2.
Yeah, I'm 1 to 2.
Great.
No, 1 to 3.
I was going to say, that's kind of short. Have a nice nap.
Sorry, I thought I was just going to be able to hang out.
All right, guys. We will cut for just a minute. We'll find some more excitement for you because I know those on-track cameras get kind of hard to see at this time of night. So I'll try to keep it entertaining out here. And see you later. Oh, it's raining way harder now.
9 o'clock update. Thank you for sticking with us. The weather has taken a turn for the worse. As predicted, we had one of those little rogue clouds that broke off of the main front and has come in and really made things into kind of a mess. We now have more flags coming out. I can see a safety vehicle staged up there. Let's take a look at track flag real quick. 15 and start finish both have yellow, so looks like we have something off there right behind that safety truck. So they're moving around trying to get that cleared, but kind of a mess. We thought we were through all the weather, but we aren't. So let's give you an update. E0, the Honda Racing number 18 car, still out in front. Impact Racing 18 laps behind them. 14 laps back from them is the Dig Motorsports Mustang, and unfortunately the number 17 Honda is out. They had a pretty major impact and they are out for the evening. So that will be your battle in E0 going forward. E1, Clear Vision Racing back out in front, 3 laps ahead of Bullet Performance. They're at Bullets in the pit right now. Then Eldorado is 1 lap back from the Bullet car. Then the Funduro car, that really cool looking little roadster. Again, that's from the same folks who brought you the Fun Cup over in Europe. Nathalie Maillet behind the wheel right now, the CEO of Spa Francorchamps over there in Belgium, out here racing with us. And we did see that number 27 MF Racing car there battling with the radiator issues. E2, the Toyota Arizona Proving Grounds team still out in front. 9 laps back is SlipstreamRacing.com, and 1 lap back from Slipstream is Peter Hopeland's group, and 2 laps back from them is the HQ Autosport Racing Shift Up Now car. That's E2 for you. E3, no change there. Tazio Otis, 220 laps elapsed. E3S, the RA Motorsports teams are both still on top. Number 40 is in P1, number 35 in P2. Number 99, A Plus Young and the Restless, that's P3. They're 2 laps back from that P2 car. Lesher Motorsports, who we talked to one of the Coney Bear brothers, and they are 2 laps back, 7 laps back from the overall leader. And then Stain Motorsports still hanging in there, 13 laps back from P1, but still in the hunt. ES Low Group still out in front. Really the class of the field there in ES. The GTR is 8 laps behind them. Valkyrie, 3 Thieves that had that impact in turn 15. They're 34 laps back from P1, but hanging in there. ESR, turn 3 still out in front in the pits now. They have elapsed 269 laps, 4 laps back now. That K2R Motorsports car coming up the order with Matt Bell behind the wheel. P3 and ESR, La House 1 Motorsports, another one of the Radicals, 9 laps back from the first position. And the Praga is 12 laps back from P1 and appears to be back on course. GT Challenge, Frossen Racing, they're in the first position there in GT Challenge, followed by the Lizards, about 6 laps back. And then you saw that one car that Neil Daly was under earlier. They're 89 laps back from the next finisher there. They're 91 laps back from the overall, but once again, you never know what's going to happen. So that's your class positions overall. You still have turn 3 out in front in their Radical. K2R just behind. La House 1 Motorsports, another Radical. Then the GT Challenge car, the Frossen Racing car, P4, and Low Group Racing, the ES leader, in P5. Right now, 270 laps complete. We're about 10 hours in. 15 to go. Watching the in-car right now, that is the Shift Up Now HQ Autosport car that we've been following all along. So that's your update. Looks like the weather has taken a turn for the worse. But we hope that that storm, looking at the weather radar, looks like we're almost to the end of this garbage. And it'll be clearing out, hopefully, and then we won't have much behind that. A little bit of disorganized precipitation still to come, probably about another 30-40 minutes worth. So far, all the weather prediction sites are saying at about 10 o'clock. Well, yeah, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, right in there, we should go back to 0% chance. About 6 a.m., another chance. 11 a.m., another chance. So we'll see how it goes. Very unpredictable weather in Northern California this time of year. Looks like they are still trying to clear a car out from the track entrance. So something going on there. We're a little blinded. with the lights, so we blinded by the light. Sounds like a song, maybe. So we will have more updates from Will and from Neil, and we will keep you informed at the top of every hour with a little bit of a break to come in and just tell you where things are overall. Once again, thank you so much for tuning in to the 2019 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance and, of course, Toyo Tires, bringing us a broadcast and offering maximum support just as they do with everything that NASA does. So once again, stay tuned. Let us know on the chat if there's anything you would like us to specifically look into, and we really appreciate you joining us. Stay tuned.
Flying Lizard Motorsports and the Toyo Tires GT Challenge R8 is in. You can see a little damage on the left front. Masato Kawabata is in the car right now, and there was an incident involving another car just at the end of the front straight here going into turn 1. He reported heavy damage. It really doesn't look all that bad, right, Neil?
Yeah, no. Especially, you know, when you say, I just hit a wall, you do expect a little bit more than that.
Right, and the safety crews were dispatched. They stayed local yellow and pulled him out. And he drove a full lap back into the pit stall here. Already awesome Flying Lizard crew going ahead and putting some fresh Toyo rubber on the thing. And these guys look confident they're going to fix it here. Usually with really heavy damage, you'll take a car back paddock and put it in your paddock space. But these guys are going with the speed tape. Charlie Hayes, the man here, got this. That's some interesting stuff they're doing to glue this thing back together, huh?
Yeah, that actually earlier is what I was talking about, the magic saran wrap that somebody had. That can really help when you just have a whole bunch of plastic that you want to keep in one place. What do they do? Do they heat it up once they have it in place?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm really interested to see this. We see the NASCAR guys use speed tape all the time, right? That doesn't look like the same stuff, but it looks like they're going to try to mold a body panel or two out of this stuff. Looked really cool.
Whatever that is, I'm getting it for next year. You never know when that can.
Interested to see how he fixes this fender with that. It looks really cool.
I was actually really interested to see this. I didn't know they had hit the wall, actually. I just wanted to catch one of their pit stops because they're always so fast and fun, and the lug nuts are flying everywhere, and they just, you know, this team is so professional, and they do such a good job. If you walk back there, they got all, like, the engineers and laptops and all that stuff. But I guess we got a little bit more than I bargained for here.
So Flying Lizard, a perennial powerhouse, they won this event multiple times in the same pit stall even, and here they are, not even worried. It looks like might be a lot of damage, reported heavy damage, but here these guys are just working on it in the pit space. See the crews slowing down just a little bit. You never know if that's to assess something or if that is if that's because they're getting ready to take it back paddock and have to do more work, right?
Yeah, and that's actually a really valuable moment right there. You see a lot of the other teams, if they've had an incident like this, they really quick rush it back together, but then you see them another time and another time kind of over and over coming back into the pits because a really important detail was missed. So it's good that they're taking their time, making sure that everything's straight and it's going to last the remainder of this race, which is still over 12 hours. I'm not counting it right now, but we're not even halfway there. So whatever time they need to take now is definitely going to be worth it when it comes to the real race that starts in the morning.
Right, no, totally. We did a small segment a little earlier with the One Motorsports Radical guys. They had blown up a transmission in one of the cars, but it was really cool to see the team work at a professional level like this, right? Where looks like they're just going to send this thing as it is. Oh no, they're going to push it back paddock. Yeah, so professional teams, like you said though, instead of sending it out and trying to get laps, they're going to fix it, and they're going to fix it right the first time, go back out and be able to make up some ground.
Yeah, and I've seen teams like this. I think it was last year when there was a Porsche. They had to do axles and a transmission and all that stuff, and they were back there for, I mean, it was probably fast for what they were fixing, but it was a while, and they still managed to make it back up to podium. So, you know, these cars can take their time fixing it and still make it happen. You know, we still have a lot of racing left.
Totally. They've got a great team of professional drivers, Masato Kawabata in the car now, and one of the best crews that we've been graced with their presence of at this race, like we mentioned, and they're going to stuff it in. I'm guessing that they're going to roll these tent sites down and go full private here so that we're not all seeing all the magic behind the curtains, if you will.
Oh, that's fine. We'll still make our way in there. We'll give them a minute to assess it. So they're a little bit out of their, so we're not that much in the way. And then we'll come back for an update later as they're putting it back together.
I'm sure they're going to be happy to give us an update. These guys are going to focus on the task at hand, and hopefully we get to see the Toyo Tires Flying Lizard R8 GT Challenge car back out on track. We'll follow up soon with you guys. Really cool. We're actually getting a little bit of a treat here at the Toyo Tires Flying Lizard tent. They've left the sides up on the tent. Never know if that means that they're going to be doing easy work or if it's going to take a while, but they're treating us to showing how they assess damage and get to work. Looks like they're putting some brains together here to come up with a decision. No idea what the call is going to be. You see, we've got a couple camera angles on this. They've been kind enough to let us in their tent and see what's going on. And it's really exciting to be able to get a first-hand look at how a top-notch team like Flying Lizard goes to work for an incident like this. We'll hang tight here and report back whatever we can figure out.
what car number 5 is?
Yeah, so it seems like it's really slow commotion going on over here. They're still assessing the damage, and they've already seen a couple of broken parts. I poked my head in and actually saw a broken upper control arm on the left front. They've already got video up off of one of the onboards, and it was just an incident going down the front straight with another car. Never assess fault with the first video because other angles always show different things, so hard to say who was at fault. Doesn't matter when top tier team sitting in the paddock space having to throw parts at a car. I think they're going to keep digging in and assessing here whether they're going to be able to put it back together and get back out there, or if unfortunately they're going to have to close the curtain for the night and call it a day early. Never know what's going to happen here at the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill. It's really hard to get a gauge on what these guys are thinking. We've talked about it a few times. When you see professional teams like this, they take their time. I think that answers the question right there. See the car cover coming out. A really, really, really unfortunate end to the Toyo Tires Flying Lizard Motorsports R8 GT Challenge entry. We'll see if we can grab somebody here when they're done and maybe get an interview with someone from the team, but there you have it. Audi R8, Flying Lizard, out of the race. It is almost 9:30. Still a long way to go for a lot of teams, and one of our favorite entries here at the race. Done for the day. We'll go try and find some more stories for you guys. Let us know in the chat if there's anything you want to see. And really sad, really, really heartbroken to see the Flying Lizards out of this race. I'm here with Christina Brady of Valkyrie Autosport. We've got some fans at home that are asking about the 5 car. They've heard that there were some brake issues or something going on. We saw you guys back paddock a little while ago.
That was 4, not my 5.
Got it.
I got 2 cars. My number 4 car, the Z, unfortunately, we had couple failures. Our brake lights failed, which turned out to be the pressure switch wires broke, so we had to resolder them, and that took some time. And then we actually had a voltage problem, which turned out to be we were having a vibration drivetrain issue for a little bit, and that apparently rattled one of the power wires loose on our kill switch, which then shorted our kill while to actually diagnose, hence why we're not doing quite as well as we were really hoping. So, but hopefully we've gotten all those kinks out and we can continue to run. We'll see.
So, switching back to Gremlins, they happen. You're not quitting. The crew's not packing up. Still here to fight.
Oh, yeah.
Mixed conditions all day leading up to now, and it looks like more mixed conditions. Yeah. Talk to us. I heard talk about different types of tires and intermediates and wets. What's the strategy moving forward to make up time from here?
Try to not get the drivers to crash. So the problem is, obviously, if it's always wet, that's easy. You put wets on. This is the problem, is that we've gone from a real sudden, in a matter of 5 or 10 minutes, to a really wet track. We actually had to send them out on intermediates because we didn't have wets, which is why we just did another tire change. And the problem is the wets eat up in about 5 to 10 minutes on a dry track. So you have very little wiggle room in predicting the radar. So basically going forward, it looks like it's going to continue to... So there's another cell approaching, hence why we're on wets. But it's that, I don't know, they make a special fancy term in F1 for it. But when does the differential change where the driver's going slow enough that it's worth the tire change? And obviously with the air jacks and stuff, we can do it quickly, but it's still a rundown pit lane. So the strategy is trying to use my crystal ball to predict the weather and make the best choices I can, I guess. And I don't know.
Wow, crazy, man. How do you make these calls? You've got thousands of dollars worth of tires and stuff burned up, and you're trying to make up time and
decimal point a little bit.
move the decimal point. Right.
Actually, I heard some of these cars can cost up to $2,400 an hour to run with $10,000 worth of gas. Like that's some awesome numbers.
Yeah, our fuel budget this weekend was, for both cars, was I think 12 or 14. Yeah, so but hopefully we can make up some time here, and who knows what's going to happen. If it's an intermediate, I think people are going to still possibly go mud running a little bit, which it sounds like it has been, and hence a safety truck back on course here. So definitely the more exciting 25-hour that we've had for a while. I don't know, those boring dry races, what else is it? You have nothing to do. It's just going around in circles. So clearly this is way more exciting. So I don't know. We'll see.
Crazy, man. Weather here causing confusion, and Gremlins trying to keep Valkyrie out of the fight, but Christina here says they're still in it. They're not giving up. Thank you.
Until that checker flies.
So there's some fans in the live chat asking about you. You want to say anything to say to your fans back home?
I have fans. I feel like thank you for the support.
Humble Christina at Valkyrie. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll get some more stories for you guys. Check in soon. Car 68, ESR, in the pits. Looks like a routine stop, cleaning the window, some fuel. Not sure what's going on inside the car. They got some work going on inside the car. Can't really see. Steering wheel's coming off. Looks like they're getting a driver out, too. Looks like it's going to be a driver change and fuel for the ESR entry of One Motorsport in the 68 car. Fuel's already done. Not sure what the crew's doing inside the car. New set of Michelin's going on the car. Looks like this car is actually third place in ESR right now, so every second counts. Looked like a pretty good stop from this crew. Car started, air jacks up, holding them. Send them. Good stop for the number 68 One Motorsports car.
All back together, about to go back on a track, getting their drivers suited up. They're ready to start drinking. You guys, we're almost halfway there. Don't worry.
Really?
So they had to get some really strengthened hardware. Is that what I hear?
Yes.
Yes. And I'm pretty impressed. That went pretty quickly.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a fight, but we're making it happen.
So make up about 30 seconds a lap for the next 13 hours. And we can probably still make this P1 happen.
Well, yeah, you know, a lot of things can happen in that kind of time. From what I hear, the Lizards just had a misfortunate event, so...
Yeah, that's a bummer. They're out.
You know? Oh, they're out? They're out. That's really sucks to hear. You know, unfortunate for those guys. They're good guys, but, hey, you know, a lot of things can happen. We got a long time to go.
You guys got a compliment from one of the other guys about how clean the front of your car was. Probably one of the only cars staying out of the mud.
Yeah, which is pretty hectic. You know, Matt, you know, these guys that were driving said it was real tough. It was real hairy out there. So, you know, we just got to keep it up.
Camera guy handing wrenches. Hey, we are helping. All right, guys. I think we'll leave you alone for now. You can keep continuing to gear up for the rest of this race.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
And we'll see you later. Oh, yeah. Yes.
So we were having a really good race.
Well, good luck, guys. Hang on just a second. We'll get a quick interview with the drivers who are real happy about getting an extra set of reins. Mark Sanzenbacher over here arranging extra rain tires that they needed. All right, tell me what's going on, guys. I heard you were pretty happy about tire decision that just got made.
Well, the fact that we have some fresh intermediate tires coming is very exciting. It's been a pretty long night. The car's been down for, 3.5 hours or so.
Is that how long it's been? Man,
Yeah.
time flies.
It's magical. It really does.
It's magical it's magical that Toyo just found some tires for us to use. That's great.
Take them though. Because the car's been awesome on those tires. Well, I wouldn't know yet. I haven't been in the car yet. I've got a long night ahead of me.
The intermediates were really good. I was on them earlier, so it sounds like we got a set of those coming, which is amazing. And yeah.
But we had a rear differential failure, like we said, almost 4 hours ago. And, it's endurance racing, so nobody gave up. We're chipping away at it. And sure enough, you never want to see a competitor fall out. But at the same time, it kind of motivated these guys to work a little bit harder and get us back on the track and go do our jobs. So we're ready.
I've been proud of the team. I mean, not to sound cliche, but we were together last year, which was awesome. Now we're here with another new team. Crew that has never worked together before. Another, owner of the car and driver, Marco Radizic, who we've never worked with, and we were leading our class when we came out, 7th overall. Never been in the car, so I mean, we were all pretty proud of what we were able to do so far, and it looks like we could get back out there. So,
We're getting back out on track. Super fun to watch your story, and we'll come catch up with you guys when this car's rolling again.
Cheers.
Thanks,
Sounds like
guys.
a plan. Thank
Hey,
you.
thanks for the help.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I'll reply back to that.
Yeah, I think I need to charge my phone, my radio phone.
Did anyone get my gear up pun?
The guys in the tower did.
Oh, the guys in the tower did?
Like right
Okay.
after Aldred says, "I love the gear up pun."
Oh, yeah, nobody under the car and nobody commented on it.
Yeah.
That one was a little more, I was trying to think about it while I was under there. I was like, I gotta go.
Okay, folks, you asked and we delivered. We have one of the drivers here from the Dragonfly team. Introduce yourself.
I'm Christian Gerges, and I'm a driver for the Dragonfly team, car number 25.
So tell us, what is a Dragonfly? I mean, what is the team, the car you're running? Tell us a little bit more about it.
Yeah, so we are basically a team of amateurs. We're out of Woodinville, Washington, kind of in the Seattle area. It's just a bunch of friends who are into cars and working on cars and racing cars, and we kind of met over the years.
Okay.
And I think we have 18 of us here this weekend to run
Wow.
a car for the 25. The car is entirely basically hand-built by our team owner, Leonardo. He's been building it for the last 5 years.
And it is an 818R, right?
It's a factory 5 818R.
With the center drive.
He did modify it for a center drive.
And so it's an open cockpit.
Open cockpit.
How
no
has that
windshields.
been?
Very wet and very muddy. You actually warm up. It's the visibility was kind of tough. The visor gets really dirty. There was a lot of mud out there today, so it wasn't just clean water. But other than that, the air is actually like it's nice to have the airflow.
Okay.
You never overheat.
You never overheat, so you're feeling good out there. So do you get pretty wet?
Or
Or does the airflow kind of go over?
You do get wet, but you don't notice. I think my suit is still actually kind of wet. I came out of the car 20 minutes ago. And we have a little issue where some of the channels in the bodywork accumulate water, and then in the corners, they just kind of drip it on you. But it's just refreshing.
Okay, yeah, so it's, a cool mountain stream, right?
Yes.
So tell me some of the challenges. You guys were in the pits for quite a while. What happened?
Oh, man. We had a really good start to the race. We were running well for about an hour and a half, maybe a little more, and then our driver something weird happened in turn 8. He was just doing what he's doing every time, and the car just caught something in the middle of turn 8. He kind of lost it. He corrected, and he went off track. And then when you go off track in turn 8 on the track out, there's a little bit of a ramp, and the car was fine until it hit that ramp, and then we landed, so we destroyed basically the front end. We had our front bumper in 3 different pieces. The headlights was out of the car. The brake ducts were out. Our splitter was destroyed. And we didn't have any spares for any of these.
So you just patched it back together, a lot of duct tape and
there is tape, or? There are zip ties,
of course.
We're running a plywood splitter right now.
Perfect.
We fabricated one out of plywood.
So just went down to Home Depot and got another one?
Went down to Home Depot, got a saw and a sheet of plywood, a 2x6.
Perfect.
And put it back together. It took about 4.5 hours.
And now you're back out running again.
Yeah, we took it easy the first couple of laps, and the car is probably making more downforce than it ever did.
So it turns out the plywood's all right.
The plywood is great. We actually came in. It's really funny, but after we went out, Leo was in the car. He came back and he said, I have too much front downforce. I need to adjust the wing. So we actually made a wing adjustment on the rear to add downforce to balance the car.
So maybe a blessing in disguise?
I mean, it's definitely a blessing for the team. We learned a lot. The team just came together. I'm very thankful for everybody on the team. Just a heroic effort. Definitely.
Well,
kept things
it is impressive to come back from potentially ending, that it could have ended the whole weekend.
Yeah.
But you guys came back, we often think of all the different places where we can source parts. I mean, you're running P4 right now. You're a bit back.
We're a bit back, but we're actually running. I mean, the car is running well. We're running good pace.
Yeah,
the car is easy to drive, still consistent. But yeah, it's just an amazing experience.
So potential for a podium.
We hope so.
We hope so. Knock on wood, right?
We hope so. Yeah, we have a really good crew. We're doing very good pit stops. Everybody's just always prepared with the right stuff at the right time.
Awesome.
So yeah, we're still in it to finish, but a podium would be really nice.
Podium's pretty epic at the 25-hour.
It would be
So
amazing.
tell me about. Is this the longest? Have you done the 25 before?
We've entered in 2016, and we
Okay.
made it about 6 hours into the race before we blew a turbo.
Okay.
So this is going to be a new record for us.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, it is an accomplishment. It's kind of addictive, isn't it?
It's hard to describe. It's all of the drivers on the team that we do sprint races. We race other cars, but endurance is it's a very different
It's a
sport.
different beast.
It's a team sport. It's really a team
And what
sport.
is your usual ride in the sprint racing?
I race a spec racer Ford.
Okay.
And so do the
Similar
two
feel?
drivers. Yeah, open cockpit,
Right.
but slower car, much slower.
Right,
car.
much slower. Yeah. This one has a So it's a turbo Subaru motor, right?
This is a turbo WRX. We actually had to detune it to stay in class.
Okay.
So we detuned it down to, I think we're at 23 something pounds to 130 horse.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So you're not in ES, you're in E0.
We're in E0, yeah.
Better place to be.
Yeah, we don't want to deal with pressurized fuel. Like
No.
we're still amateurs after all.
Yeah, true. No, but I mean, what a remarkable recovery, and I think you guys, you just have to wait for something to happen.
Yeah. I mean,
Something to go bump in the night.
this rain is actually kind of good for us. We tend to run a little bit faster in the rain than relative to other cars. And we just think that if we stay in it, stay consistent, keep the car on the track, run good fuel stops, pit stops, just do everything by the book, we're in with a chance, I think.
Well, it sounds like a solid plan. So, folks, there's the update you wanted from the Dragonfly Motorsports team. So we wish them good luck, and come back and see us later. Tell us how it's going.
Thank you so much. I hope that we're still here racing in the morning.
Very good. All right, folks, we are back now. We just had a very good interview with one of the drivers from the Dragonfly team. Again, if there's anything you want to see, try to give us a little bit of a shout there on the comments. Really loving all the input there and being able to involve you a little bit in the 25 Hours of Thunderhill presented by Hawk Performance. Again, the broadcast brought to you by our great friends at Toyo Tires. On board now, looks like that's Travis Weltzine driving. Known Travis for a long time in that HQ Autosport. He's a longtime BMW racer, good buddy from the old SoCal days in NASA, and he's doing a nice job out there keeping that car under control in very challenging conditions. So here is your 10 o'clock update. We'll give you the first three in every class. Right now, E0 still that number 18 Honda Civic Type R out front, 17 laps ahead of Impact Racing. Might be Dan McKeever there behind the wheel. Then we've got the number 21 Mustang with Carl Rydquist, I believe, behind the wheel, and they are 33 back from P1 and 16 back from P2. E1 Fleer Vision still out in front, 4 laps ahead of the Eldorado Motorsports CRX. And right behind the Eldorado car, about 5 laps back from them, 9 laps back from P1, is Bullet Performance. E2, the Toyota Arizona Proving Ground Motorsport car. They are still out in front right now, 10 laps ahead of Technic, who has moved up the order. And then Slipstream Racing is 1 lap back from Technic, so it looks like Technic is starting to leverage their pit stop strategy. E3, no change there. Tazio Otis and Brown Hayer, there's your 2 runners in E3. E3S, RA Motorsports 40 still out in front, 4 laps ahead of RA Motorsports 35. And they are just 1 lap ahead of number 99, A+ Young and the Restless. So good battle there in E3S. All of the cars appear to still be running. The old but fast may be out. But we do have a lot of cars running in E3S there. Cool to see that. Low Racing still out in front of ES. 8 laps ahead of the Valkyrie GTR. And then 27 laps back from the Valkyries are 3 Thieves, that BMW that we did see getting the inventive repairs to the front end after a little bit of a shunt. ESR Turn 3 still out in front. They're 3 laps ahead of K2R Motorsports. 8 laps back from K2R is La House. 1 Motorsports, and that was that Ligier that I think we saw in there. And the Praga's in P4. Just 2 laps back from La House, 1 Motorsports. So, not a lot of change going on. Some good battles shaping up. I would definitely keep an eye on E3S. And E2 is definitely starting to heat up a little bit. Also E1, and I think, E0, there is a little bit of stratification going on there. But again, we are now into that 10 o'clock hour, so we've been running for 11 hours, 14 to go. and we will keep providing you with top-of-the-hour updates and also more material from Neil and Will as they find more stories in the paddock. And we want to thank you once again for hanging with us. We'll be here all night for hourly updates. We may go quiet for a little bit between 12 and 3 in the morning so the crew can catch a little bit of shut-eye. But as updates happen, we will be here for you. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. Please stay tuned. We'll leave you with some in-car footage there, and we'll be cycling through different camera angles. Again, you can see what's going on in terms of timing and scoring by going to racehero.io. If you get the Track Flag app on your phone, you'll be able to see the same display that the drivers see that will tell you flag conditions all around the track. So again, lots of ways to experience this race. We also invite you, if you're local, to come on out and see what's going on. We'll save a place for you up here in Studio 3 maybe. If you're on a team, there's a team you want us to talk to, please let us know and we'll do our best to track them down for you. So once again, you are watching the 2019 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill presented by Hawk Performance. Whoa, a little bit of a bobble there. And of course, the broadcast tonight is brought to you by our friends at Toyo Tires. Stay tuned, folks. We're nowhere near done.
3 seconds. Hello, everybody. I've been wanting to track down these guys for the whole race. Luckily, we got it. This is Reese with A Plus Racing. Tell me about yourself.
So, this is my 6th year running the 25 event. I've been with Al Anglo, the high school auto shop teacher. So, basically, he builds the Spec Miata cars with the kids. The kids build it, they deck it out, do all the crazy stuff. We bring it out here, we race it, guys beat it up, and we all fix it, and we all get it all back together. And it's a lot of fun, and it's a very good, learning experience because not a lot of kids get to do this. And I think it's great. I used to be in this class, 7 years ago, and I've been doing this ever since. I love it, and so Al's sleeping right now because he's probably all tuckered out. Too many kids, too many ducks to keep in a row. And it's a lot of fun. But cars are going round and round. Last year we did 2 engine swaps, one at 8 at night, and the other one at 5 in the morning. We're just all dead dogs. So tonight we had a flywheel come off, and so we had to pull the tranny out real quick and throw another flywheel on and everything, put it all back together. It probably took us 50 minutes or an hour. So it didn't take it too long. It's nice to have the support of the kids and great work ethic. And
I remember that from last year. It was craziness with 20 people all helping with a motor swap. And Al's just pointing and yelling, and you do that, we need a reg.
It's give me a 12 here, it's just it's just, where's my 12 socket? You're just trying to find everything. Everything's just kind of scattered, but so it's chaotic. But right now, we're doing good. Cars going round and around, and let's just hope it doesn't rain and get as windy as it's been earlier.
Yeah, it's sure been an adventure. One of the things I thought was really cool about you guys last year, too, is a bunch of the kids brought their own personal Miatas, and some of them ended up using them for parts while they were here.
Yeah, it's just we don't have the parts sitting on the shelf. We don't have them sitting around. Well, some of the kids, they have the Miatas, and, it's just hey, we need to borrow that real quick, because we'll give it back when we're done, if it lasts.
Yeah. Welcome to my auto shop class. Go buy a Miata.
Yeah. It's nice to have spare parts. The ball rolls.
You get an A plus for Miatas.
Gosh. Yeah, but no, it's going good. So
awesome. And you guys have 2 cars this year. One of them currently third, second?
I don't know the position we're at right now. I haven't focused on it, but I'm hoping we're doing good. It's out there. That's all that counts. It's out there.
Both cars out there.
Out there. Yep. No issues. We'll be doing good.
And your car 69 and 99, right?
Yep. 69 and 99.
Awesome.
So
keep an eye on those guys. Super fun team. Thank you guys for being here again, and we'll catch up with you later.
Anytime, bud.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Another quick pit stop for JFC. Don't know what they're doing, but it looks fancy. HQ Autosport back in the pits for one of their super efficient pit stops. These guys do really good. Quick wash of the headlights. Everybody doing something. Hey, we're good. That's a good idea. Where are they? They already go in there? Oh, hell yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome back, sir. How was your ride out there?
Scary.
Yeah.
Slippery.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys on intermediates right now?
What's that?
What are those, intermediate tires?
Yeah, they're on inters right now.
Cool.
Just replacing out the fourth one right now.
You have that post-race high where you're just like, that was crazy.
It was. Like, I need to go have a beer. If I could drink right now, it would be awesome.
That's the problem with this race. There's no, like, break in the middle.
Yeah. I got to go decompress another way.
You have to wait until noon tomorrow to start drinking. In which they do bring a bunch of champagne. That's kind of
I know.
That's nice.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, it's fun. It's changing, going from the rain to drying out a little bit, back to the rain. There's mud and shit all over the place. It's, you've been out.
Well, we've been watching your in-car. All of our viewers online have been enjoying that, and they've been commenting and name-dropped you a couple times.
Nice.
Good job, Travis.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, man.
Good luck, Neil. Talk to you later, bud.
All right. We'll go find some more adventure. That's good for now. We'll catch up with you guys in a couple minutes. P2 in the E3S class,
Correct.
which is a spec class put together of all spec Miatas, spec E30s, and 944s. But today it's mostly spec Miatas.
Mostly spec Miatas. You know, when I started at this event, probably back in the mid 2000, there was a ton more spec Miatas. Pretty grassroots race venue, and it's gotten a lot more competitive. But we've still got our classic spec Miatas out there. They're kind of workhorses. They just keep turning laps. That's what we're doing. We're in P1 right now, and we won with the same car, the class last year. So, you know, it's all about not having drama, keep turning decent laps. We've got 4 drivers that are very, very close in times. So, a lot of strategy to work. Every time one of our drivers gets in, we know they're going to be very consistent on their laps. They're going to be very competitive. And, you know, we have only gone back paddock twice now to change tires. That's it. So we're in great shape, and we're happy. You know, keep fingers crossed.
Right on. I tend to see slightly less interviews with the E3S guys because you guys are just out there turning laps. It's like really not that exciting.
We're the journeymen of this activity here. You know, we just come. The cars are not glamorous. They're workhorses, and they don't break. I race spec Miata and NASA and the SCCA, and everybody says, you know, the problem is we get all this time to sit around and bullshit during the races because we don't have to fix the cars very often until we run into each other, which does happen now and then. But they're very dependable. It's a great platform. It's a great class. Kind of nothing in motorsports is terribly affordable, but that's probably an area that most people that are interested can get involved in. So,
and I think that's part of one of the things I love about this event is that you get the spec Miatas all the way up to the R8s and stuff like that. And the E3S class is a super exciting class to watch.
It's very competitive. Every year it's competitive, you know. It's fun being out there, I have to say, as a spec Miata racer, to be out there with Flying Lizard cars and pro drivers. And you do have to stay on your toes. They come by you pretty darn fast, and they'll get your attention if you aren't on your toes. So, but you know, we're lucky. We haven't had any contact tonight, and we don't expect to. So we're gonna keep grinding out the laps.
And most of the other classes are pretty open as far as what kind of tires they can run.
Right.
And you guys in the spec class have to either run a Toyo RR or the RA1 for rains. Is that right?
Right. So that's consistent with the spec Miata class in both NASA and SCCA. So basically, this was a way to give the folks that are going to compete throughout the year in that class an opportunity to come out and participate in this and not have to, you know, go spend a bunch more money on another tire or introduce a tire that they're not familiar with. I think it's a great class. I know that when they opened up the E3 class, we were a little worried how that was going to affect the competitiveness of the Miatas. I'm really happy that they went with this E3 spec class. So, yeah, so, you know, we run the RA1s, which is a tire, ironically, we used to run in spec Miata all the time, and so we would shave these heavily treaded tires, which drove you nuts when you spend a lot of money for a tire and throw out 2/3 of the rubber and it was kind of dumb. So the RRs are a good, durable, molded tire. The RA1s are a tire that just are bulletproof and they go forever. I mean, we'd probably go most of the race on one set of reins, you know, unless it starts drying out and they get worn out. But we've got a few extra if we need them.
Right on. Well, thank you so much for talking to us.
Well, thank you.
Keep an eye on these guys, currently P1 and 2 and E3S, and we'll see you throughout the night.
Come back and see us in the morning when we're still out there. Yeah. All right. Hey, thanks, man.
Thank you. actually don't know where you are. Oh, 1 second, we're live. Caught up with Calvin with the Honda team.
Yep, Team Honda Research West, driver of the number 18 car. So just finished my stint probably about half an hour ago. When the rain came in, actually really played to our favor. I think front-wheel drive has been like pretty advantageous this whole weekend. So currently we're running first in E0. I think we're about 19 or 20 laps ahead of second place.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so things are...
It's not a bad gap.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, what I've noticed in the rain is you guys, everybody else has to kind of take it easy. And it seems like your drivers just keep driving really fast.
No, I mean... Yeah, we can put the power down a little easier than the other cars out there. So again, rain is playing to our favor.
Well, that's so cool, man! Congratulations on the lead. Awesome. Keep it up.
Thank you.
It's really cool seeing those Hondas out here. They are insanely fast this year.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks to hear that.
Thanks, Calvin.
Thank you.
Track down Jason and Frank. Did I get that right? Yep. Okay, good. Man, I thought I already forgot. What's the team name again?
Low Group.
Low Group, yeah. The guys in the comment were asking about Low Group. You guys brought that insane E36. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. We had a little issue with some wheel studs, but other than that, so far so good. We had a little spin in turn 2. But got stuck in the mud, needed a tow, but yeah, no big deal.
All right.
Yeah.
And how'd you catch the wheel studs? Was that on a wheel change, or did they fall out on track?
No, they came out on the wheel change. Glue in the lug nuts, so I guess they just pulled out the lug nut. The glue pulled the stud out, so.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And so were they broken, or they just came right out?
No, they just came right out. So
that's good.
We were able to put them back in. Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, no big deal.
Well, cool. Well, where does that put you guys in the race?
We're still P1 and ES, 8 laps ahead.
Woo! ES is a big class this year, too, huh?
Yeah, it's decent. And I think we're 4th, 5th overall still.
Right?
Yeah, yeah, it's going good.
Good job keeping it together.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks for the update, Jason.
Yeah, no
We're
problem.
going to definitely keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
ES is a fun class to watch.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thanks. I'm going to be super getting down from here. Woo-hoo. to track down Team TFB, Team Mazda. You guys are with the Mazda Teen Challenge, right? Yes. Okay, cool. Let me get your guys' names and then tell me what you guys are about and how the race is going.
So I'm Pete Cassini. Do some racing with TFB. And
I'm Doug Williams, and my son's a Teen Mazda Challenge racer. He's out on the track right now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Proud dad. So how many drivers did you guys bring with you?
So we've got 5 drivers.
All teenagers?
No, we've actually got one veteran that's probably been here since the very beginning.
Oh, cool.
Mixed in with the teens.
Nice. And how has the race been going so far with you guys?
So, pretty clean. We're happy. Yeah. First time the kids have been out in traffic like this. First time they've been out in the night. So it's been a great experience for them.
Yeah, you get the supercar traffic, rain, and night thrown at you all at once.
Yeah. Matter of fact, the kid that's out here right now, it's the first time he's gone past 25 minutes in a car. Last stint was 2 hours. He'll be in the car almost 2.5 hours this time.
Awesome. What kind of feedback has he gotten or given you guys about being in the car so long and endurance racing?
He really likes it. He was a little nervous, a little skeptical, especially with the conditions today, but after getting out, he's pretty pumped up. He's pretty excited for his next shift.
That's cool. Hopefully he keeps endurance racing with us. I love this stuff.
We hope so.
Yeah. Well, cool. We'll keep an eye on you guys. Look these guys up on Race Hero. Team TFB, Mazda Teen Challenge. Did I get that right?
That's right.
Teen Mazda Challenge. Cool. Awesome. Thanks for talking with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. live. Go live. Team Fast Toys Club coming in. Looks like for a routine pit stop this time. Who is it that's getting in the car?
Henry Morse, the driver for Toy Store Club, is getting in right now.
Cool. Very nice. Thank you.
Absolutely. Sorry.
I see he has the rain protection on. That's the first rain suit I've seen in these open cockpit cars. That's a pretty smart choice. Giving the lights a little wipe. Getting everything ready. Exciting stint at the 25 Hours of Thunderhill.
The Pescarolo 2 is an incredible Le Mans prototype car that is one of the very few open entrants of this class in the ESR. And there goes Henry Morse, 13-time champion. Very excited to see him in this car for the first time. And we'll see how he goes if he can knock down some of the laps. Back to you.
Thanks. That was awesome. You're hired.
that though?
Travis! Travis! Chit-chatting with those guys. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, it's been super good. Don't worry about it. I just...
right, you're looking live behind the wheel, making laps here at Thunderhill Raceway. This is the 25 Hours at Thunderhill NASA action being brought to you live by Hawk Performance and by Toyo Tires. And again, that is live action, and there is the shot from above the paddock, and you can see the cars as they make their way. The bottom of the screen, that's the back straightaway, that's the front straightaway. You see the pit lane right there behind. That's where all the action is right now as they come down the front straightaway. Will and Neil have been doing an excellent job down there bringing you the stories that are happening here overnight as we work towards the final portion of this race. We'll throw a checkered flag tomorrow at noon, and it has been event-filled. Let's take you through all the classes here. Again, we are now at the 11 p.m., so we've been doing this now 12 hours, 13 hours to go to the finish, and there we are back behind the wheel. Let's take you through the classes. E0 right now, the number 18 Honda Racing. They lead in nice, comfortable 19-lap margin over the number 30 of Impact Racing. In E1, Fleer Vision Racing, the 44 car, they lead the 24 of Eldorado Motorsports, but only a 5-lap gap. And as we know, with still shy of halfway, that's not a safe gap at all. E2, that's the 86 TAPG Motorsports machine, 11-lap margin over Technic Competition in that car number 14. And then we go to E3, Tazio Otis Racing, the 07. They lead the way in that class. One of the classes we're watching because it is tight still. The RA Motorsports number 40, they lead 3 laps over the teammate number 35, and then just another lap back to the number 99, the Young and Restless machine. And 4th place is only 7 laps back, and 5th place only 15 laps back. So all 5 of those cars within striking distance, still shy of halfway. In ES, the number 2, Low Group Racing, they lead 7 laps over the number 5 Valkyrie Autosport machine. That's in their Nissan GTR. And then in 3rd, number 12, that's 3 Thieves Racing, the top 3 there in ES. ESR and our overall leader, that's Turn 3 Motorsports and car number 10, but this is a close battle. The number 64, the K2R Motorsports machine, just 4 laps back, and 3rd place, car number 11, the Praga Cars machine. They are 12 laps off the pace, but again, we're not even halfway. And then at GT Challenge, it is the Frozen Racing team in car number 37. They lead the way there. Let's go real quick for you. Let's look at overall. We mentioned ESR class leading the way overall, but who are the interlopers who have mixed their way in there? Well, again, it's the Turn 3 Motorsports, K2R Motorsports, and Praga. They're 1, 2, and 3 overall in ESR. And then the 4th place car, that's the first GT Challenge car that rolls into this. Other guys popping in there in 6th place is the ES car of Low Racing Group. The ES Valkyrie car is 7th. TAPJ Motorsports, 8th overall. And then there's the number 18 Honda Racing machine. They are 9th overall. And then it's the other ESR machine. That's Norma's Last Chance, car number 1, top 10 overall. So ESR dominating as we thought in that section, but you're getting some other cars and other classes mixed in as well. So what you're looking at right there on the right side of your screen, you're seeing them come down, turn number 9. And you do see a couple safety vehicles there working in turn number 11 at the left side of your screen. And then right above the paddock area, that's the back straightaway before they go through 14 and 15 and head back this way. So a lot going on right now in the middle of the night. Again, still shy of halfway in this one and a lot to go. Again, we'll have updates for you throughout the night. Will and Neil, they have done an exceptional job in the paddock. We'll have one more hourly update for you at midnight, and then we'll turn it over to those guys. We'll pick up our full coverage. We'll have updates throughout the night, but we'll pick up our full live coverage. That'll be coming for you starting at 6 a.m. We'll take you right up to the finish. Again, you're watching live shots from the beautiful Thunderhill Raceway. We're 90 miles north of Sacramento, and this is the NASA 25 at Thunderhill being brought to you by Hawk Performance, and by Toyo Tires. We'll leave you with some great shots behind the wheel. Another live update coming to you at midnight. Enjoy, everybody. and you're behind the wheel with Team Valkyrie there making laps. Here at Thunderhill Raceway, the NASA 25, Hawk Performance and Toyo Tires bringing you some great shots. A little while ago, you saw some of our drone footage from overhead. And as we come back to you with a live update, we have gone full course. You see those flashing yellows around the race course. So full course yellow right now, and we are past the halfway point. In fact, 30 minutes past the halfway point. Hour 13 completed here, and we've seen some changes since we last updated you. Here, everybody will queue up behind that pace car here in just a little bit. And again, we got some great feedback. Those of you who are tuned in at home, the drone shots, just absolutely amazing. So as everybody gets queued up behind that pace car, let's run through, let you know where we're running in each class. The E0, that's still the number 18 Honda Racing machine. They with a nice, comfortable 19-lap advantage over the number 30 Impact Racing. Go to E1, Fleer Vision Racing. They lead the way, but this one is still really close. 6 laps back in the number 24 El Dorado Motorsports team, and then only another 6 laps back to the number 67 Bullet Performance. So those guys who lead right now, their margin for error fairly slim this far into an endurance race. And the same thing as we look at E2. The number 86, TAPG Motorsports, they lead. 8 laps back is the Technic Competition, and then Slipstream, they're only 2 laps back from there. E3, Tazio Otis Racing 07, they continue to lead. E3S, this is the best one right now. Still 4 cars within 7 laps of each other. The RA Motorsports 40 and the RA Motorsports 35 lead the way. Lesher Motorsports, the number 15, they are 6 laps back from the leader. And we mentioned still in 4th place, Young and the Restless 99, they are 7 laps back of the leader. But remember, still with a bunch of pit stops to go. That's the difference of just a few pit stops, and the difference between a routine stop and a stop that's going to take a little more time. So that one still really up for grabs. ES, it's Low Group Racing, the car number 2, and they lead over the number 5 Valkyrie Autosport team, and that was a team we were riding with a moment ago. Their GTR, they are in 2nd spot. ESR and overall leader, car number 10, Turn 3 Motorsports, and they now 1st and 2nd place are back on the same lap. The number 64, K2R Motorsports. So 1st and 2nd place in ESR and overall, they're on the same lap here with just under 12 hours to go. GT Challenge, Frozen Racing in the 37 is the leader there. So we are 13 hours into this. We still have just under 12 hours to go. Has been some attrition, but not bad, and still a lot of close races. There you can see the flashing blue lights as they head under the bridge up the back straightaway. Again, full course caution. See a couple of our vehicles out there on track. They'll be picking up whatever car that needs some help and shouldn't be too long. I tell you what, track crews so far in this first 13 hours, they've been exceptional. Going out there, extracting, moving cars in a timely manner, and really maximizing the amount of green flag racing. So we'll continue with the live feeds for you. You can also go online and you can follow along with live timing and scoring. There's back behind the wheel of the Valkyrie machine. Beautiful view there. And again, they're headed towards that same bridge. You see the flashing yellow letting them know full course yellow. Again, we'll continue with the updates. We come back with our full force coverage. At 6 a.m., we will take you right through the finish. So enjoy the coverage overnight. Again, updates will continue. Full coverage returns at 6 a.m. This is the NASA 25 at Thunderhill Raceway. Thank you to Hawk Performance and to Toyo Tires. Enjoy the overnight feed. Updates to come. We'll see you at 6 o'clock. Enjoy, everybody.
Back to the right center. How was it? It was good. It's still slippery out there. Okay. What is it? What? Have fun. Okay. How many people we got?
Bonnie, turn the wheel this way.
This way?
Yeah. Stop. That's perfect. Really? Someone go get the
All right, folks, welcome back to the 2019 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance. We're here for the night shift. A little bit of smooth racing to take you through the early morning hours. We return to full coverage at 6 a.m. We are here for the midnight shift. A little bit of smooth racing for you and smooth jazz. KTRP 96.3 coming at you. Anyway, enough of the foolishness. We are still racing. 366 laps complete now. Headed towards the finish at noon today, about 11 hours of racing left. So we are into a new day, and E0. Honda Racing is still on top, 17 laps ahead of Impact. Then we've got the Dig Motorsports, the other Mustang there, 16 laps down from them, and the Dragonfly, they're still significantly back after some of the challenges we heard about earlier with having to fabricate basically a new front end for that whole car. But I did hear a little bit of a rumor that the E0 leader may have to come in for a transmission change as they've lost fourth gear. So we did hear that. So there's going to be some shuffling going on in E0 when they decide it's the right time to do that. E1, Fleer Vision Racing, still 5 laps up over Eldorado Motorsports CRX. And then the Bullet Performance car, 7 laps back from them, or 12 laps back from the front. Fundura Racing, that cool looking car, that sports roadster that they are bringing over from that Fun Cup series. They are 14 laps out of P1, but still hanging in there. MF Racing, they are back circulating. They're 80 laps down from the first place car, but they're still doing it. Of course, the Toyota Arizona Proving Grounds, 86. They are running strong, 12 laps ahead of Technic, but Technic has moved up the order significantly to only be 12 laps back. They're running a fairly conservative pace now in the 228 range. Last lap for the Toyota folks was 222. Slipstream Racing in third is running 2 seconds faster than Technic. Looks like Technic may have come in for a pit stop. They are not, oh wow, so Slipstream's on the same lap, so it looks like we'll have a position change there. Well, Slipstream will go up into second. HQ Autosport, we were watching, I think it was Sarah Montgomery out there again. She has gotten the team up just 2 laps behind Slipstream. And then Sampson is 2 laps back there. So lots happening where we're going to see some shuffling going on in E2 as pit stops start to happen. Maybe a little bit of maintenance. E3, nothing has changed there. Tazio Otis Racing, they are still out circulating. Dr. Brown and Heyer, they stopped at 100 laps, so they'll have the second position sewn up. E3S, still a lot of close racing going on there. The RA Motorsports 40, 3 laps ahead of RA Motorsports 35, and another 3 laps back to Lesher Motorsports. And then the 99, the A-Plus Young and Restless, is on the same lap as Lesher. Then 11 laps back to the TFB Team Mazda car. And all cars are back circulating now in E3S. Rush Racing, then Stain Motorsports, and A-Plus Old but still fast. ES, low group racing, still out in front. They've led for majority of the race there in ES. Really very strong performance. 7 laps back to the GTR of the Valkyrie team. 3 Thieves, after that shunt, they've come back. They're 28 laps back from the Valkyrie and 34 laps back from P1. And 370 is another 11 laps back, which is 45 laps back from P1, but we still have 11 hours of racing. Lots can happen. ESR, turn 3, still out in front. They've been out in front for quite a while. Last lap by was at 2:09.510. 1 lap back. The number 64 K2R Motorsports, they are putting pressure now on turn 3 for the overall and ESR lead. Praga is 11 laps back from the K2R entry, so still in the hunt there. La House 1 Motorsports, a number 68 car. They are 2 laps back, 14 laps back from P1. So we have a potential shuffle coming up with the 1-2 and the overall in ESR. Cross Sun Racing, they're still in first GT Challenge by a healthy 100 and something lap margin. But the Precision Driving Tech car, we saw the rear end getting changed with Neil Daly giving us all the detail from down there in the weeds. They are back circulating again. Currently they have 221 laps. If they can best the 255 laps of the Flying Lizard car before it suffered that shunt, they will be able to move into second position in the GT Challenge. So again, we do have a few developments happening here and there throughout the field. We will have Will headed back down. He's taking the night shift along with me, partner in crime here. So we will take you in through the morning hours. Full coverage will resume at 0600 Pacific time. We will have top of the hour updates, also in-car footage, and whenever we can find a good story in the clear paddock, we'll bring that to you as well. Again, thank you for joining us here. It's the 2019 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance, and the broadcast brought to you by our good friends at Toyo Tire. Stick with us, folks. We'll have more pit and paddock things coming to your way, and also go for another top of the hour update. If anything really interesting happens, I'll pop back on the air. Thanks for sticking with us. We'll talk to you soon.
best. Ross probably told you that. It just hesitates. Try it. Try going through 14, 15 in second, and it pulls you through a little bit better. Exit of turn 6 is a mess. You cannot tell where the pavement ends and the dirt begins, and it's really slippery.
We've always run with NASA because that's where my dad had started the business. But I'm a graduate of the HPDE program, stuck in time trials for a split second, but I knew right away that I wanted to go racing. You know, I was hungry for that quick progression, and so we went through the HPDE ranks, got immediately into racing. But the level of instruction and the atmosphere that NASA provides is the main driving factor as to why we stayed with NASA.
right, good morning, Thunderhill. It is 0200. What does the O stand for? Oh my gosh, it is early. Welcome back. We are here for our top of the hour update. Some interesting things happening. We were following that story about the Honda racing the number 18. Looks like their last lap by was a 14-minute lap, which suggests to me they may have come in for that transmission change that we were contemplating. And they are indeed not making laps because the number 30 car went by P2. Now they're only 6 laps back. The Dig Motorsports P3 and E0 is now 17 back, 23 laps back. So we'll see how many laps it takes for the Honda to change out that transmission. That could be significant. Of course, the Dragonfly is still out there circulating. That's that 818R, the Factory 5 Subaru-powered entry. They're still triple digits behind, but they're out there making laps. E1 looks like our leader may be in for a pit stop, Fleer Vision Racing. They're up 6 laps on the Eldorado Motorsports CRX, and they're up 2 laps on Bullet Performance. I did talk to one of the Bullet drivers earlier, and they did get clobbered. So they had a little time. They lost about a half hour trying to fix that up, but they are back and making laps again. E2, still the Toyota Arizona Proving Ground Motorsports. Looks like DJ Quinn is behind the wheel right now. They're 11 laps up on Team Technic, and Slipstream Racing is only 1 lap behind the Technic team. So that could be something that's happening. And HQ Motorsport has made up more time. They are 3 laps behind Slipstream, and 5 laps back from the HQ team is SRC Samson Racing Communications. Morewood still running. They are 3 laps behind Samson. And ARG Motorsports, they're 21 laps behind Morewood. No change in E3. Same old running order there. Still marking laps. Tazio Otis Racing at 312 laps now. We have RA Motorsports 40 still out in front of E3S. 4 laps back. Their second entry, the 40 car, is in first. RA Motorsports 35 in second position. Third position, 3 laps back from the number 35 cars, the number 99 A+ Young and the Restless. And then the Lesher car is 1 lap back from the number 99, making up time there through the night. ES Low Group still out in front, but 8 laps ahead of the GTR of Valkyrie Autosport. 3 Thieves, they are 29 back from Valkyrie after making some repairs. And the Valkyrie 370 is 8 laps back from 3 Thieves. ESR Turn 3 still out in front, but the K2R Motorsports car making a big charge. They are only 2 laps back. Turn 3 still in the overall lead with 393 laps complete. On track for a mid to high 600 lap finish if everything holds. I did some quick back of the napkin math. The Praga is up into 3rd position. They're 11 laps back from the 2nd position K2R Motorsports. And La House 1 Motorsports is in P4, 3 laps back from the Praga. GT Challenge Frossen Racing still out there making laps, 376 complete. Precision Driving Tech Hive 10, they are back after that differential change that we were following earlier. They're at 244 laps, so basically another 11 laps, and they move up into P2 because the Flying Lizard entry, as we saw earlier, had major crash damage and is no longer running. So there you go, folks. That is our running order as of 2 o'clock Pacific. Again, we will be looking for some pit updates. Will Falls is getting ready to venture out in a little bit and do some reporting out there in the pits, and then we will give you another update at the top of the hour. Anything else interesting pops up, any interviews or anyone comes wandering up here to Studio 3, we will certainly pop them on the air and try to give you a little bit of color. But this is the night shift. We are moving through the night right now behind the wheel of that GTR of Valkyrie. You can see very smooth driving going on there. Dry conditions right now. We do have a couple little storm fronts, little random rebellious clouds that are coming in different places here and there. Looks like the Valkyrie is getting ready to pit because he's way slow. Let that Miata go by. So they may be getting ready to pit this lap by, or maybe some strategy points. We'll see what's going on with the GTR. They are staying to the right there. Are they coming into the pits? No, very interesting. Just let that Miata sail on by. So something may be going on there with the GTR. We'll have to follow up on that a little bit later. Folks, thank you for joining us. This is the 2019 NASA